Does that work, would that work with LCA?
They're almost done. They've invited, I think Dave mentioned it yesterday, OPA to come to the meeting on Monday.
Yeah, you said that.
Commission has some questions, and in the last meeting I had to, so I wasn't in the meeting before the last one. They had a lot of questions about some of those grants or applications. It was at the last meeting, and they mentioned the issues that they had, and so I brought up the fact, instead of just you talking about it here and reject or accept, kind of, if you have questions, I know it's an open meeting, and anybody can show up, but if you have specific questions of any of these groups, invite them to at least have a talk about it.
Yeah.
Well,
So-
we used to reach out to them. Are they not reaching out to them?
No, there's
Not
been,
just
there's
them,
been behind,
anybody that they
there's
had
been,
questions
yeah, no, yes, yeah,
Okay.
behind the scenes, there's been communication,
Okay.
absolutely, between the staff and OPA. This is the commission's questions.
Okay.
And so, if there are misunderstandings, or if they have questions, they ought to be able to, let's have a conversation instead of, yeah, and so I brought that up and I got some feedback. The commission is,
That's a good
they're
thing.
tight, and they understand their role, and they understand where the money comes from, and they understand all of that. I just wanted to make sure that they, just make sure you're crossing the Ts and dotting the Is, and you have questions, and so they invited them to
Good.
show up on Monday. And I think they came last year, you showed up with them last
We
year.
went to one meeting last year.
Tina did, and year before they showed up, and anyway.
Doesn't hurt
That's the-
anything.
No,
Yeah.
no, and.
It's information, yeah.
And, so that'll be Monday. They're almost done. They're almost done. I don't have nothing to do, that's their work, but.
Yeah.
I just-
Yeah, no, it's good. That's why we have representation, so we appreciate you.
And you
letting us
saw
know
the
The list.
list yesterday,
Yeah.
Mhm.
and so,
Yeah. Anything else? Okay, before we jump into the other items, I'm gonna circle back around with one item that I need to take care of, and I figured it would be more appropriate to acknowledge our birthday girl this day, even though her birthday was on the 18th, but,
Wow.
I'll be singing.
happy
Knowing that-
birthday to you.
yeah. So,
Dave's the singer.
Yeah.
I'm gonna bring these over because, this
Oh,
is
dear.
one of those special requested treats.
It was.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Wow.
And-
From the
and-
school
Well, I
district?
was asked.
Yeah, and I gotta say they're good, so I'm gonna
Oh,
place them
man.
down here and,
Have more birthdays, Bettina.
say happy birthday, and,
Thank you.
this may be our
It's already
energy for us
passed.
to get through tonight, so.
That was gummy bears.
Yeah, we can chocolate.
We don't need any.
Well,
Candy.
Yeah.
Let's get rid of this stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
I asked
We
you
got
what
a-
treat you like, and when I ask, we'll deliver.
When she asks, tell her what you want.
So, okay, let's go ahead.
Happy
Happy birthday, Bettina, belated.
Like Tyson with the.
Beef.
Beef jerky and.
Huge day, 'cause I had
That's
the
from
everything.
Monday.
And we have it as a standard now.
I get a quarter.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and move on to item number 3, and our chief's gonna be presenting this item, right?
Yeah, Carl.
And Carl,
That's
okay,
like-
this is regarding, contact services, so I'll let you guys, fill us in on the 911 center.
Rolling, Dave, or you got one?
Yeah, and while I'm pulling this up, I do have an update on the countywide spillman system.
Of course.
We reached a really cool milestone this week. We had 100,000 calls now so far in the 4.5 months that we've been doing this, so it's been really good. I can't see.
You mean 100,000
Two pages
through
down there.
I get
Such a window.
911?
Yeah, since when did it affect, I think you're saying, right?
What's that? Since
You guys
November?
gonna-
Since, yeah, it's been.
Since we went live, so 100,000 calls in the last 4 months.
Whoa.
So, great.
I can beat that on my phone.
What would the-
All right.
Not all of
answer?
me.
I think the answer.
So I just wanted to share a few slides with you to discuss the selection process and what went on with our CMGC and what we're recommending to you tonight. First off, just some key dates. We did have an RFP that was released on February 8th, and then we have all of our candidate companies come in on the 22nd of February, where they asked questions of us, got clarification, we did a site tour. Then we had all the proposals due there at the beginning of March. We had a committee, we'll get into in just a minute, of 8 people from the city who reviewed the proposals that were submitted. We did have 6 total candidates that put in for the building. And we shortlisted those to 3 companies, Hogan, Big D, and Hughes, based off of our initial review of their proposal documents that they submitted to us. And then we brought them in for interviews, had a great discussion, learned a lot about their companies, their management styles, how they approach how they are proposing to approach the project, how they were going to minimize the risks, different things that we had questions on, scheduling, things like that, since we're going to be doing some construction during winter and had some concerns about that. So we got a lot of really good information from all 3 companies there, and then we are presenting a recommendation to you tonight. So this is the criteria that we use to evaluate the proposals. You can see the different items up there, and then they have the percentage weight that we gave to those things. Obviously, we focused most on the management plan and the scheduling and how they were going to approach some of those risks, because those are the things that are going to make the project successful or not successful. So we really wanted to look at those. All 3 companies, we looked at them and they were all, I think, capable of handling a project that was, this size and scope. But when it really came down to it, we did have a clear recommendation there. So we did have the 8 people who were on the committee. So we tried to find a really good selection team to go over and review all these proposals and to make the recommendations. So you see the different representation there. I think we had a really good cross-section of experts in the city, as well as the stakeholders and what we could look for as far as people who will be working with these teams. It was really great to meet all of their people. When they did come in for the interviews, they brought their project teams, their management, their superintendents, all the people to be working directly with city staff on this. And so it was a good opportunity to meet with them. We did also have Galloway as an advisory member. Of course, we hired them they're going to be working very closely with these companies. They had a lot of experience with companies on previous projects, so they were able to present some really good insights into both specific team members and general company responsiveness and participation in all of the services. So after all of that careful consideration, all the tallying of points and interviews and conversations, we are going to present to you tonight that we contract with Hogan and Associates. They, of course, were the builder of our Fire Station 54, so we do have experience with them as the city, and so we feel comfortable that they're going to provide the best value and the best team to work with, really, of all of those that put in the proposals. So, and now if you have any questions for us.
I had a question on, with the fire station. We had Brad Wilkes was kind of he acted like,
The lead,
yeah,
Internal
like a general
PM.
contractor almost. Is that, when we have a similar situation where we have somebody from the city for this, or?
Who's gonna meet with them on Monday morning and say, this is what we're doing this week?
Right. Do you want to address that? or-
Yeah, I can speak to it. Yeah, we have more of a team approach on this. Brad obviously isn't here anymore. He's retired and works in a different place. And so Carl is the project manager. He's been appointed as the project manager. Has done a really good job of facilitating, coordinating, and helping us work through the design process with the A&E, the architects and the engineers. And we're probably halfway through that process, maybe a little bit more. And then as we get into, move away from the design and the functionality and start into construction, we still want Carl to be involved, and Alan has been involved as well, and Mark, but then we'll probably transition some of that over to Corey, who's our who has background in construction, private, he was in the private sector before, has been involved in home construction and some commercial construction, and now, of course, in our facilities maintenance person, so.
It was a bonus with Brad.
Yeah, Brad was, was.
No offense.
Absolutely correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we feel like we have a good team, and there's, we've drawn on, as he said, from the representative, from expertise across the city. You know, Joellen obviously has some good expertise, and the finance has good expertise on the financial side, and so it's been an interesting experience, but much different than, a little bit different than what Brad was able to do just because of his vast experience. But Hogan, we have a good track record with all the companies, as Carl said, were impressive and easily able to do the job. The biggest change was the fee structure, and that was really what tipped it one way versus the other, and it was pretty significant. So we feel good about the proposed structure. And we need to, what the resolution does is authorizes us to finish those negotiations and get the contract signed. But we were very happy that all the companies were quality companies, and these three are especially well known in the region, have built tremendous reputation, so we were appreciative to them and expressed that they would have an interest in the Layton project, and wish them the best. You know, they were all very impressive.
They, Hogan's built a lot of schools, and my wife worked with the building group for the Davis County School District, and so she knows all the builders and everything, and she was always pleased. She didn't have a vote, but she was always pleased when Hogan got the job, because it was easier for her to do her work because of Hogan. So that's a compliment to Hogan, that they, you know, and of course to ourselves, knowing that we've got a great company. Not that, to be honest, any of those three would have been fine, yeah.
Yeah, I agree, any three would have been good, but, and I do, along those lines, I know that they've been active with all the teen centers in the county as well. They've been helping facilitate all of those, building out each one of the teen centers, so. It kind of supports, so we support your decision. At least I do. Yeah. Good job. Okay, thank you. Okay, Chad, you and Weston are up on Gordon Avenue.
We're going to be very brief because we want to give as much time as we can to you all for any questions you may have. We've actually presented this information a few times as far as the town centers goes. I want to just mention a couple things though that hopefully will provide a little clarity on why we're even here. This was always anticipated in the general plan that we would have this conversation. If you look at our general plan, it says town center and has kind of a big red blob. So we're taking it from that big red blob now to the next level, which is what's the appropriate zoning to accomplish this town center, what type of things we want to be looking at as we're looking at entitlements for this. This plan, this small area plan that we're adopting as part of the general plan, it's an addendum to the general plan essentially, is to refine and to give that additional information related to that. I'm going to stop standing because I'm making myself nervous. So we want to talk a little bit about that process. Of course, we went in November to the Planning Commission for our first round of meetings, had a good meeting, a lot of public participation, many questions asked. We took careful notes. We came back with answers to each of those questions at the next meeting in January. It took us a while to put together some of those answers, but we took that. We also took feedback from those meetings. We had a chance to meet with residents, and we talked to them about their concerns. There were things that we felt like we could change to accommodate some of those concerns. We made those changes, so those are reflected in the plan as well. January 20th, presented to the Planning Commission, another good public input session. Planning Commission recommended unanimously approval of this plan. I want to just talk a little bit about staff's approach to this and the city's approach really to this whole process. The city, as far as our approach to this review of the town center, we have never asked the question, should this or should this not be a town center? We want to be very clear. The city's approach to this has always been that this is a town center. This was established through the general plan. There's gonna be a lot of people, we anticipate, that are gonna talk about, we don't know that this should be a town center. Well, that wasn't the question that we asked as we looked at this. We said, this has been identified through, and Weston's gonna go through some of the reasons for that, but through a long public process, through previous public processes, through plans over the years, and this area has really functioned as a town center for many, many years, decades. Those of you that have been here for a long time know, this has been a kind of a mini town center for a long time. There've been services available in this area for many, many, many years. So it's been anticipated this would be a town center for a long, long time. So we didn't ask that question. What we asked is, how can we make this the best town center that we possibly can? That's what's reflected in this plan tonight. Just wanted again, turn some time over to Weston. Before I do that though, I almost forgot to do it, I don't want to. I want to acknowledge Zachary Caden, who's here, Weston Apoloni, and I want to give just a shout out to Steve, his team. These have been the real folks that have had to do the heavy lifting on this project, along with our consulting team that's been working with us. I wanted to see if we've got any of our consultants here yet, not quite here yet, but Chris Hubb from Somas has also been very instrumental in this, along with LRB. I'll talk a little bit about the market study in just a minute. With that, I'm gonna turn just a minute over to Weston. We're gonna talk about 2 additional issues that may come up tonight, and then give the balance of time for your questions.
Like Chad said, I will be brief. Skip to our slide here. You see everything you're already? There we go. So the purpose of this plan really was to create a town center, based on the direction that we received from the general plan, which was that the Gordon Avenue and Highway 89 area should be a town center. And so we looked at that and said, what does that mean? Having town centers, just town centers in general, it follows the Wasatch 2040 planning model, which is a regional model for managing growth along the Wasatch Front. This is not just a local Layton idea, although it fits our development patterns well. It is a regional goal. The purpose of the town center is to have distinct neighborhoods with convenient services and a variety of housing choices, employment centers, and access to public transportation within a short distance. The majority of residents that did participate in this plan, and there were thousands, once we went through this full process, there were thousands of comments and thousands of inputs. The majority of the citizens that contributed were in favor of town centers, specifically the Gordon 89 as well. I'm gonna just briefly talk about town centers versus a commercial shopping center, and then we'll do a quick plan walkthrough, and then we'll open for questions. So we are used to commercial centers. We're used to shopping there and getting our services there. There's a big difference between a commercial center and our town centers. So what we have labeled in our general plan map as town centers, most of them are commercial centers that we are working towards retrofitting into a town center. So historically, commercial centers are designed and focused on the automotive access, right? Little to no emphasis on a pedestrian, or little to no emphasis on mixed use, often standalone buildings with parking surrounding them. A town center is designed to be a walkable, designed, oriented, mixed-use center that integrates a variety of land uses, such as residential, commercial, recreation, into a compact area. So within the town centers, buildings are brought to the street, shops and services are at ground floor, and residential units and offices are often above. Town centers have a higher focus on building design and pedestrian connectivity, which are things we definitely looked at throughout this plan. And town centers work as a commercial and transportation nodes for the city, and they provide an effective way to help balance the growth throughout the city. So that being said, I just wanted to, that yellow doesn't show up very well, I just wanted to provide a quick overview of this plan, just to remind you. In the center here, we have a grocery anchor with a gas station that would be associated with the grocery anchor. These brown buildings are mixed-use buildings that would be commercial on the ground floor with residential above, with a 3-story max height. These additional white buildings would be commercial and retail services. The brown up to the top here would be a attached townhome product. The yellow units to the west here would be your twin home, mansion home style with single family against the border of the property, border of the development. As we cross the street, this yellow circle that you see, there's a pedestrian underpass that would be proposed with the plan to add additional connectivity throughout the development. With these white buildings here being a mixed, identified as mixed buildings, that could allow for multifamily, it could allow for commercial, well, I say commercial, more like an office product, or a variety of both of those, with some residential next to it as a townhome. And then down below, we've got this by the Army Corps of Engineers, and that's pulled from the east side of 89 over here, with trails that wrap around it and connect into those pathways, as well as the detention pond. And then this information down here, this is just identifying potentially resources of, potentially a pool or amenities that would be associated with a residential development. So again, I just wanted to be quick and give you a rough overview, but we'd be happy to answer any questions that the council has.
Two more issues just to bring up very quickly that we think you'll probably have brought up tonight, actually three. One, I wanted to talk about very quickly, I think you've all received a note from one of our citizens that represents some other group of citizens, Karen Smith. Just so you know, we don't have any strong objections to any of those things. One thing, I actually called Karen back just to make sure she knew, tonight we're not approving a development agreement. That would be the next step in the process. So she understands that. I think she's gonna get up and acknowledge that they just wanna make sure that's on the record. We didn't have any strong objections to really anything that was in that letter though, as far as discussing that in the next step. So that's one thing. Another thing is the market study. There's been a little bit of a disconnect between what the purpose of that was with some of the public, and I want to just talk about that market study very briefly. The purpose of that market study was to establish sustainable commercial square footage. We wanted to make sure if we proposed something, that it actually was feasible, that we could support that. There has been a little bit of misunderstanding that maybe that was trying to establish a minimum number of residential units that would be appropriate. It never was. It wasn't ever the purpose of that study. In fact, as we talked with the consultants a little bit more about this issue, they were actually a little bit surprised because they said, from their perspective, the more, the better, really. There's a range that supports it, from anywhere from 3,000 to 40,000, it's spelled out in our market study, but there's not a minimum number that if you get that, you're gonna have support there. It's really that range, and there's other reasons for having this residential use there, which Weston talked about, which is to create that place. We're trying to create a place that needs that mix of residential housing types to create that sense of a walkable town center. So that may come up that, hey, your market study, it says this about the number of units. It really doesn't. It says there's a range of units that's needed to support a neighborhood commercial center like this. And then it does make some comparisons to some of the surrounding communities and some of the town centers they have. Just giving some numbers, but that's all they are is numbers. So that is one issue. Another issue that's been kind of a big one is the traffic that's generated by this particular use. Steve's here to answer questions related to traffic too. What I wanted to emphasize is that, the number of trips that are anticipated to be generated by this is about 17,000. And that seems like a big number. As we look at some of the surrounding intersections and interchanges and things, it maybe isn't quite as big as what may at first appear. And we can answer questions about what some comparable interchanges are. But one thing I wanted to point out is that the other thing that the traffic impact analysis that was done points out is that most of that traffic will take place really between Highway 89 and our entrance into this development. 60% of those trips will be captured there. What that means is that most of those trips are for people coming off and getting back on Highway 89, right? That's where predominantly, that's where those trips are generated. About 60% of those trips are generated from those movements. Another 15% go to Gordon, coming east and west on Gordon, just to the west of that intersection. So that means 75% of those trips that's generated by this development are gonna occur on those major streets only, really. I mean, just the entrance and exit of the streets. The balance of those other trips do come from the neighborhood, but it's folks coming from that neighborhood to use this facility, not people coming from different locations to try to get here. That wouldn't make any sense. It's not the most convenient way to get there. So that's something that we wanted to point out, that predominantly, those trips are gonna be on those areas that have actually been designed to carry those types of traffic counts, and that's where that traffic will occur. So we can dive deep more on that as you have questions, and that is the end of what we're gonna say formally, and we're sure you've heard some comments from some of the public. We'd be happy to answer those questions.
I've got a, so you mentioned that this has always been an area for a town center. And before any of that was there, we had 2 gas stations.
Two stations.
Some
On
gas
either side
stations,
of
we've got the
89,
coffee
and the
use
coffee
there, we've
shop.
got the, there's some storage units kind of wrapped around the back,
Yeah.
some
So
commercial.
my question then is, having that gas station all the way in instead of being easy access from Highway 89, has that been part of the, you looked at that, we
Sure, yeah, and that goes back to,
maybe making it
the
easier?
primary purpose of this is not to provide maybe, fuel use, although we wanna have that. as
But
an
but that was
answer.
my thought was,
Yeah.
before, that was what, I mean,
Yeah.
because you've mentioned, there's nothing, no fuel.
Yeah. 5 miles in each direction on
Yeah.
Highway 89. You can see where that location is on this particular version of the plan. We think that might be adjusted a little bit if that second version goes forward. So it does still provide for kind of a ride-off into that development to get to those gas stations. But again, we're not necessarily trying to create that auto-oriented use. We wanna have
Yeah.
those supporting uses there, but it's a town center, not. So we've had elements of that town center in the past. We wanna keep some of those elements, but it's gonna be a place, it's gonna be a town center with residential.
So, just, and then the last thing I'll say, promise, then, you're talking about being pedestrian oriented, and yet the gas station is, you've got a gas station and it's into where the pedestrians are. This seems like,
The gas station was the #1 request at
Yeah.
the open
I
house
was-
too, the convenience, so.
Yes.
And it was specific a Maverick.
Yeah.
So
Well,
that was
I'm
even
not gonna-
better.
That was me.
But I hear
That's-
where Clint's coming from. I think it's a convenience of on and off fuel off of that Highway 89, especially when you're talking, 60% of that? Would capture a lot of sales.
We certainly want that gas as part of this. We're putting it in the most convenient location. One of the things to remember is that we can't go back to the old school way of doing those gas stations, right? We've built an interchange that we want to
Oh,
continue
for
to
sure.
function and
No,
not fail, so that, we wanna make sure we're taking those access points at the right place and not places that'll actually create problems with that interchange.
I'm glad there's fuel available. I mean,
Yeah,
that's good. Just my input.
I think part of the, I don't know how much this plays into the design of it, but I assume some, is that some of the corporate interests on the grocery side that have expressed interest in this area have those services that is part of their structure. And that doesn't mean they'll go there, but I assume that the close nature between the potential grocer and the gas station, there's some play there. And so it may be that there's, that ebbs and flows. I'm not trying to be a planner, but, when the property is made available and somebody actually takes it, you may see some of those things shift just a little bit here or there, but is that a fair statement?
It is, yeah, it is fair. Ultimately, if the purpose of this was to create just the ultimate experience for a gas station, it'd probably be in that corner right there, right?
Yeah, no,
That's not,
And there
that's
have
not
been,
necessarily the purpose.
there are with other grocers, and so Harmon's, for instance, you've got the one in Farmington Station. The grocery store is in,
Whole nother place.
yeah, and then the gas station is out on the road, out on the main road, and it's part of the same, it's Harmon's and Harmon's, it's just,
Yeah, we may have that kind of refinement that takes place as part of that
All right,
next
I
step,
just-
so, yeah.
Previously,
Good
did you,
comment.
Yeah.
previously, did you have the gas station north of the grocery store?
Depends on which scenario. We've got it north here on this one, this
Oh,
one's south.
okay.
Yeah, so
Didn't
this is
see
that
that,
one-story
did you?
scenario, this is the two-story. We don't, at this point, we think it's unlikely we'll have a two-story, but and that's not to say you still couldn't even accommodate gas somewhere out here. That'll be something we refine as we go through that next step in the process.
To Clint's point of, we're trying to accommodate for pedestrian access, but if we do have, autos coming off to get there, they're gonna be driving through a lot of the pedestrian right-of-ways, walkways, right in
That's why
front
it's
of.
underpass.
Right, but I mean, with the gas just north of that underpass, they would be driving right by that as
Yeah,
well.
where they,
Right on cue, Weston has brought up kind of our pedestrian plan there. So one of the things that's really,
Good job, Weston.
yep,
Green.
one of the things that's really great here is that's, you know, that's anticipated. We know there's gonna be some, you know, auto pedestrian kind of conflicts. We've tried to create areas where pedestrians can successfully maneuver with as few crossing points as possible. This is a separated sidewalk. This would be a separated sidewalk, trying to make sure that there is a safe place for pedestrians to get through this site without too many conflicts. There's always gonna be a conflict here or there with a crossing, but that's part of that plan.
Thanks.
I was driving in somewhere near Seattle, I'm going back here. And all of a sudden, I was in the middle of a town center. I had no clue. It wasn't like bright lights and it's just, I'm like, and the guy that was with me says, "What's your problem?" I go, "This is commercial." And he goes, "Well, yeah," he lived out there. And I said, "How come, what makes this look," because it was just surprising. He says, "Trees." And that's what it was. There was trees everywhere. And I noticed, you know, on your other slide, you had all these trees. So when we do this, do you tell them these are the kind of trees we want or have to have? So is there a list?
Yeah, we'll get into that detail. There'll probably be options for them to
Yeah.
plan, but we do anticipate that it would look something like this. I think one of the things that was identified by our consulting team was it'd be cool to give some type of a, at least, shout out to the kind of legacy of this property, and to try to have enough trees in there that did give that kind of a sense of you know, we did an orchard.
Orchard.
Yeah, so probably won't be quite as dense as an orchard, but enough
I'm-
trees to,
I'm not overly concerned with the density. I mean, I obviously believe more is better when it comes to trees for a lot of reasons,
Mhm.
but the type of trees are what concerns me. The worst thing I hate is to go to, and I hate using our own Walmart, and the tree's dead, busted off, and it's been busted off for a couple of years. You know, that's the give and take. You can have something pretty, but it can turn ugly real quick too.
yeah.
So we have ways of making sure that.
Yeah, we're gonna have a development agreement that's gonna get very specific on
Okay.
those types of.
I mean, yeah, those are simple things, and I know you think of them, but, you know, I just think of, in the long run, the people that don't want this, my belief is they're gonna grow to find that it wasn't the hellhole they thought it was gonna be. You know, this is gonna be a nice area, it's gonna do a lot of great things for Layton, and they're gonna be by it and use it a lot more than they think they will, so. Yeah, as long as we keep the beauty part of it up, you bet, it's a great thing.
You used, here Station Park a lot mentioned in this. Is that a truly apples to apples comparison, or what are the apples to apples comparisons for 2040 Wasatch Regional Front Council, Town Center? This is what we're shooting for. I mean, hopefully we're not the first ones to do it, so.
Yeah, no, I don't know if Station Park's a good apples to apples, that's a very large regional
Yeah.
kind of area, this is more of a neighborhood.
It's
You know,
Sandy.
I actually think like the Holiday, if you've seen the Holiday kind of
Yeah.
town center area right there, that's probably more comparable in scale and size of what we're talking about. It's
Like
it's
on the
more of
other
a
side
neighborhood.
of, like 215?
What was that?
Or on the other side of, I guess, 80?
It would be north of 80 and
Kinda
east of
Just right by the mountain.
I-15.
Okay.
Yeah,
I know what you're talking
yeah,
about.
right in that area up there, well, depending on which part I-215, but yeah, it's right, it's just that town center for Holiday. And it's, you know, it's got a good mix of uses there, they've got the grocery store there that supports it, you've got some business with some residential above. But when you're there, you know you've entered that place, that's what we're looking for, is that it's very clear that you've entered like a place, it's distinct, you know, it's not just the standard State Street kind of commercial after commercial after commercial, it's, you've come to a place there. And that's what we're aiming for, is that as you enter this, the design of this, and that might come up a little bit tonight, but the design is really to create that sense of place. As you go into this, you wanna have that sense of enclosure. Maybe go back to the site plan really quick, Weston, you know, this is creating a sense of enclosure so that when you enter into this, you've entered into a distinct place that, you know, has grocery, but also has tie into that residential and surrounding commercial components. So it needs to have residential to support that type of a use. They have residential there in the holiday center, so I think that one's probably the closest. Farmington Station is the scale is so much.
Yeah, I wasn't using it as an apples
Sure.
apple, it was just, I wanted one that wasn't that.
Yeah,
I had a question earlier about the north side with the townhomes. Outside of this town center, are those single-family residential, I guess would be east of the church? right
Here?
there? Yeah.
yeah, kind of large lot, single family, kind of old, farmish lots there that have been kind of there by the orchard, yeah.
And so the question, I guess, was on the west side, we have detached single family, and then we have that buffer into the mansion homes, and then goes into the commercial and the density. You mentioned that there wasn't really a minimum, on terms of rooftops or doors or whatever the study decided on. But I seem to remember, I think you guys were saying that there has to be there is a minimum though. Like you can't just put a detached single family up there on the north side because then it doesn't pencil.
So, and I wanna make sure, I was probably unclear about that, there's not a minimum when it comes to the market study. The market study didn't identify a minimum. We do feel like this is the minimum that we need to support this design in this town center. You do want to have a certain number of rooftops in order for that to function as a town center. So you wanna have enough that you have, activity. You wanna have activity out there on the street. This is an interesting area because we do anticipate that will develop. Don't know the timing on that, that'll develop as something not single family. It is identified in the general plan as being in that area that could be something besides single family, and we think that's gonna happen. So we have provided connections to facilitate that in the future. None of these are compulsory connections to the property to the north, but they are to make sure our developers of this site don't landlock. We want to make sure that these folks come in and they can also enjoy that walkability. So we wanna make sure we have good connections through to those properties. But, this connection over here in particular, that's owned by, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. We don't have we're not gonna go seeking to obtain that. That'd just be a potential future connection at some future date, should they decide to do some other things there. It would all be, voluntary or, at least, not taken type property, but just property that comes as a natural, result of development, negotiations with other property owners. But we just wanna make sure we reserve those as potential connections. So, thank you for clarifying that. That comment was meant more toward the market study, but we do feel like this is the mix of uses we need to make this a viable town center.
Chad, some time ago, we talked about a little bit more green space in this area, and I think on one of the renderings, there was a picture of maybe like patio-looking area where people were walking,
Yeah.
sitting, hanging.
We'll grab that for you real quick. It's on the site plan there, we'll show you.
Yeah, that one.
So this one's kind of behind that building right there at the corner of Gordon and the access street there for the development. There's another one between the mixed-use buildings up at the north. Do you have a picture of that one at all? Yeah, that's the one up there at the north between those two mixed-use buildings. So we do anticipate there'd be some open spaces, some of it will be more hardscape open spaces, but there will be some recreational opportunities. And again, the idea is you're trying to create, again, this living space. So this is where you take your kids and sit and watch them play in whatever that becomes, whether it's a splash pad or something else. And that's where you sit and have your ice cream cone or whatever and watch the kids play.
So I'm just wondering if there's opportunity for that to be, not all hard, because that's something that I've heard about, just, if there's space for people to hang out. The splash pad idea is great, but I'm thinking about on that other spot, like, I don't wanna go back to Farmington Station, but how they have that small little green space where the kids play,
Yeah.
and then it's next to the water,
I
and then
think-
people can sit, like, if there's some opportunity there, to
Sure.
be a little bit more green instead of all hardscape.
Absolutely. As we refine this, I think we can come to that. It's not gonna look like a full-size park, right?
Right,
It's gonna be
right.
smaller spaces like you described, but I think that there's opportunity for those types of smaller space with a little more softscape in there. Also recognizing that we want this to be a water-wise development,
Right.
make sure we're not making inappropriate amounts of grass there, so.
Or fake green.
Yeah, it's.
Yeah, I think this Farmington's is fake, isn't it?
Yeah,
I think it's
Farmington's
fake.
Yeah, it's a rug.
Yeah.
One quick question, on the south, very south end, the Lazy River portion, between there and the homes that would be adjacent to that, is that like a 50, 100-foot wide section, you know?
It's big, we can measure really
Yeah,
fast.
I mean, just a ballpark,
yeah.
because I know that
I-
some people were
I hate to
concerned
give you a
about
ballpark,
that.
he's measuring on his computer right now, but, yeah, it's a large space. It's actually quite a bit bigger than what we anticipated that buffer would be on that south side because of that mitigation that was done. And, you know, Lazy River, it's only lazy because we don't plan to do much to it, because it's a huge improvement there, so, we're,
Well, it's really just a.
yeah, it's not necessarily gonna be something you can put an inner tube on or anything like that.
No, I know, but I guess it's that buffer zone.
It is a buffer,
I know that
yeah.
there's some residents on the other side that are concerned, and so I just wanna make sure that we spell out that that's a good sized buffer.
It does provide some nice, open space buffer area. There will be a pathway system that we anticipate would go around that area so people could walk around there. We don't know there'd be a lot of interaction opportunities in that area just because of the function as a storm drain facility, but it is an open space that could be available.
The highest point of where that detention pond is, so on the west side is about 215 feet. And then the highest point on the stream side, close to 89, is 192 feet.
So 192 here, 200 and some change here.
Yeah.
Is that to homes or to property lines?
That's the property.
That's the property line.
Yeah. The homes are another maybe 100 feet or more.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, they're good
Those are
deep
deep
lots,
lots.
yeah, okay.
Was that required because of mitigation or just storm retention?
Yeah, it's the mitigation for Snow Creek when they did the 89 project. The city will actually take over maintenance of that in 5 years once the mitigation requirements are met.
And is that all open or will that be fenced off?
It's open now.
I mean, in the future, I mean.
We'd like to still have, I mean, we say there's not gonna be a lot of improvements to that, but I think we would still like to have a pathway system around that. It will have water in it at various times of the year, so it could be a nice amenity for someone to walk around, and our proposal would be to keep it open for now.
What about the detention pond? Is that open access or be fenced?
Yeah, it's open access.
And that's finished. I drove by it recently and that's,
You know, that's gonna be
it's not a
something.
big open space, but.
Yeah, it's finished. It's not landscaped by any means, and we would look at this project and see if that was something that would warrant this appealing.
I could see that becoming the dog run area for a lot of the residents up there.
It will be, I don't wanna, I've been talking about it like, it's not an amenity to the project. It is, that, especially since they were required to meander that to meet their requirements for the linear feet. That really does create kind of a slower meandering waterway through that. It'll be a nice place to take a
Yeah.
walk around.
Yeah, I think it's a good amenity, and it's a good buffer there. Quite honestly. Okay,
Are the little red triangles, are they like shelters?
Yeah, that's very
I mean,
conceptual.
just a
but,
little,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
okay.
We're talking about the little red triangles right there at the bottom, yeah, those are
Yeah.
some type of a canopy or some, you know, could be a little playground right
People
there.
sit there.
Yeah.
okay. You guys have any other questions?
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Been looking at this for 10 years.
You mentioned 10-foot walkways across the bridge?
Yeah,
Who measured them?
that's what the design was
Is
with
it?
UDOT, yeah.
I drove by them and I thought, that's 10 foot, I can dunk a basketball. So they probably are, you know,
As you can dunk a basketball?
no, I can't.
You can't on a kiddie.
I can't even get a net. But so on both sides, they're 10 foot. Okay, good.
Okay.
Just have one more.
Oh, one more,
Yeah,
okay, go ahead.
Sorry. So the lots to the right, to the north again, those are future development, I just looked them up, RS, so you mentioned what would be the future development for those, what?
We've just had some initial discussions, so that's gonna require some additional public meetings, but you know, these are fairly large lots, and, you have the designation on the, he's pulling the general plan for you right now, but we would anticipate, we've had a little bit of
It was
conversation
ours.
with property owners. That's gonna have to come back for some discussion, but it could be similar to development to what you see there, like
Yeah.
some additional townhomes,
And I guess that was one of my questions, was just, it seems to me that it would be logical that once you put this town center in, if it looked exactly like this, that those three parcels would just fill up with more townhomes. And so, I guess I'm just curious if that's something we discuss when we're deciding on how we want this to look like, with the understanding that that will add a lot more rooftops to this section, because the rest of it is pretty much already developed. So, but we have this, and there's a church on the northwest side, but there's three big pieces of property that have yet to be developed that logically would follow just to be more townhomes. So if we're talking about, oh, we need to have this minimum to make sure we get this, I get that, because you can only go with what you develop, what you have designed right here. But it seems to me that if you were to have initial discussions, that that's gonna look very much like this, then we really aren't worried about minimums at that point.
so there's two components here, and that's, I think that's where maybe we wanna make the distinction. There's not, this is about design, we're trying to create a place, and we wanna have that look and feel of a town center, that walkability. There is a number of rooftops that you wanna have to create that activity for the area, to create, you know, you wanna see people walking to and from. So when we look at this, the number of units we've proposed are the units, and again, this is still at that planning stage, so we're gonna get further down on this and get to development agreement. But the number of units that we've proposed are a function of all those things. It's a function of what do we need to support a commercial use there, a function of what do we need to make this into a place, a town center. It's a function of, there is some component of, you need to have a certain, within a mile radius, a certain number of units. But again, our consultant team says that is a range. It's not, there's not some certain number you're gonna say, this is the number. It's between, you know, and the more the better, really, is what they say in those areas. So we're trying to support that commercial use, that's one component of it. So all of those things come together. It's not, again, it's not driven by, we need this X number of units. It's more about, we need this number of units is the mix of housing types, the mix of densities we need to support a town center itself. And I think the other thing to note is that, I just lost my train of thought because Weston got some good information for me here, and it just popped up on the screen.
Breaking news.
We mentioned that the general plan is actually a community residential, which is a higher density. That's typically what you see for like 6,000 square foot lots like you see over here. So it is designated for a little higher densities than just an RS would provide there in our current general plan. There could be some more discussion about that. So you could see some smaller lot residential there as well, maybe something like this, 6,000 square foot lots. But it's gonna be hopefully supportive of that use there. So I'm not sure I answered the question completely, but
That's okay, I mean, I understand, I guess I'm just, some of the, I wouldn't say concerns, I just say questions that I've had is just been based on making sure that we are doing it the right way, which I think is fine, but when we put in this, we've basically already given an idea of what the next phase is gonna look like. So we might have this like little red outline of what this looks like, but this town center is actually, I'm just trying to be real, it's actually gonna be all the way to the road, and it's probably gonna be townhomes. And I just think having that discussion now is okay. I know we aren't making that decision based on that, I just think sometimes we have our eyes down on this, which is what we're making a decision about this, but I think it's okay to just say, well, the future land use from that is much more dense than a residential. And if we put townhomes here, my guess is they're not gonna put single-family homes in that little spot up there, especially with the road connection that's gonna go straight through. It's gonna be townhomes. I'm not saying that's even bad, I'm just saying that's what it's gonna be, and that's okay. But I think just sometimes just saying, well, if that's the way it develops, that's the way it develops, and that's okay. So that wasn't really a question, it was more just a comment.
yeah, and I think it's a good thing. Yeah, we need to have that discussion. I would say that decision of whether it's townhome or not is gonna come back to this body. That's not a foregone conclusion. The general plan has that kind of medium density, that R16. We're just saying that based on some of the conversations that we've had with property owners of, you know, what may come forward to you, but really, yeah, this could be an R16. But yeah, it's a good thing to look at and decide, you know, what, and that's the reason for that street connection, is to make sure that we have connections to those properties when they do develop.
And the R16, are the single family detached on the side, or is it more of those
Right
mansion
here.
homes?
Right here, yeah.
Yellow.
Okay.
That'd be
So
R16 density, but that's, I mean, that's gonna be a discussion we have.
And those, the mansion homes, the twin homes, what density is that? Like what zone is that considered?
The
Is it
supporting
different
zoning
than
for that
the-
one, can you remember what
It
that?
would probably be a CTH, but it wouldn't be as high density as we allow in CTH.
We came out at 6 to 11 units per acre, I think is what we planned for that area.
But remind me, the three-story buildings, are they retail on the bottom?
Commercial,
Or
could be
they're
office,
commercial,
yeah.
okay. And they're tied to that? We're not gonna see 3 stories of apartments, is there any
That-
protection there?
When we do a development agreement, that's where that protection would come in now, that's what this plan shows, is the mix of uses, yeah.
Stickler on this year, next year's.
Well, I was gonna say that's,
Make it happen.
and I was gonna say, the good news, bad news. The good news is, we've learned from what the initial plan was for the south of us here, and it didn't come off the way it was planned, so that's why these guys are really doing their homework and making sure they're covering everything.
Winco area.
The Winco area, yeah. I mean, that didn't come off, it was initially planned to be a really nice looking type complex. You know, we allowed it to be fractured, right? And that's what we're trying to prevent here, is so it's not fractured and it does come off the way we want it to look. So,
We've got a really unique opportunity here because we have one property owner for everything you see outlined in red. And they're a property owner that's very interested in this being a great development. You know, they have a vested interest in that they wanna make sure this interchange continues to work and function as it should. And they've designed it to accommodate something like this. But they also want it to be good because it, in some ways, will be associated with them for all time, right? This was that property that belonged to UDOT, so they've been great to work with, they wanna continue to be a good partner on this, and we hope to have a great, the whole reason for this planning process is to have a great town center that develops.
Has UDOT been involved in this, this finalizing of this plan?
They have been involved in every step there, I don't know if they're gonna be here tonight, but they've seen all of these plans, everything's been forwarded to them, they've given their kind of initial thumbs up to what we're doing there. Their biggest concern, they were involved in the choice of the traffic engineer, they wanted to make sure we had someone that was a good, credible traffic engineer that could say, yeah, this will not destroy the function of our interchange and the improvements that we've made there.
anything else?
Good.
Okay.
Thanks,
Well,
thank you.
Yeah.
That was a lot of work.
Yeah,
The
a
fact
lot.
it was
We're
huge,
gonna-
it was very nice.
We'll rely on you guys in the next meeting.
Yeah.
So thank you very much, Weston. Thank you for all your hard work on that. Okay.
Go to the green room now.
Go to the green room?
You guys want to take a treat? I mean, you know, you're part of the celebration as well. We can pass them on down.
That's right.
It's pretty hard to pass up a peanut.
I know it, I was gonna say, that's one of those.
You know why I moved from over here to over there? It was I'm smelling chocolate and peanut butter. I'm like, I'm not gonna be able to sit here this whole time and smell
See,
this.
major hit,
Thank
good,
you.
good choice, super good choice there. Okay,
But do you have a day of the week you go over to the cafeteria and get one of those?
No, we used to.
oh, I don't know how
We
you
used
can
to,
not
we
do
used
there.
to. Yeah.
tonight for March 21st. I know that once again we run late. Unfortunately, that's been happening quite a bit lately, and I do apologize, especially with a full house tonight. But as customary, we do like to start our meetings with a prayer and a pledge, and we take turns here amongst the council members and myself. And this month, it's Councilmember Smith Edmondson that's in charge, so I'm going to turn the time over to her.
Welcome. It's good to see a full house tonight. I'm going to do the prayer first, and then we will have you rise and recite our pledge with our special youth member tonight, Titan Ott. So if you'll bow your heads with me. God, we thank you for this beautiful spring day that you've blessed us with. We thank you for an opportunity to come to the city council meeting and do business on behalf of the residents of Layton City. We thank you for the protections that you provide us. We thank you for the staff that we have here at the city who helps us to stay connected and also protects us. We thank you for our first responders. We thank you for our police. We thank you for our fire department. God, we thank you for all of the staff of the city who helps us to do the best job that we can do. We ask that you lead us and guide us in the deliberations we have on tonight. We ask that everyone that's present will be able to express themselves in the way that they see fit, and ultimately that the decisions that are made will be directed and ordered by you. And we thank you and we ask these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
So if you'll stand, and you can use my mic if you'd like.
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you very much for both the beautiful prayer and the leading of our pledge by our youth council. And just so you know, in the audience, we're very excited to be able to have our council sit with us. And what we do is each meeting, we change it up. So every one of them gets an experience of being up here on the council. And our goal here is to really expose these kids to what it's like to, one, to be a good citizen, and two, to be taking part in the governmental action that provides for our entire city. And my hope is that we'll have a future leader here within the city from this council. So again, do you want to say anything? I think it'd be wise if you let these folks know a little bit about.
All right. Hello, guys. I'm Titan Ott. I'm in 9th grade right now. I'm an SPO vice president at my school, and I just really liked being in the youth council. It's been super fun serving the city, and thank you guys.
Very good. There you have it. Okay. I need to bring this back to business then, and with the council, we do have one set of minutes that needs to be approved from our February 1st of 2024 meeting. Council, do you have any changes? If not, then I'd look for a motion to accept as written.
Mayor, I'd make a motion that we adopt the minutes from the Layton City Council meeting February 1st, 2024.
Okay.
Second.
It's been moved in second that we adopt the minutes as written. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you. We'll go on to item number 2, which is municipal announcements. And I know that we have a few of those, so I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to the council for their announcements. Go ahead, Tyson.
Thank you, Mayor. A few events coming up in the next few days, actually. Tomorrow night, we will have at the library, Family Night at the library, presented by Layton Recreation. Family event. It's always a good event, 6:30 to 8 p.m. It's free, lots of games, book readings, activities for kids, and it's the one night of the year that they get to be loud, as my kids have proven over the last couple of years in the library. So again, 6:30 to 8 p.m. just down the road here on Wasatch Drive at the Davis County Library. As well, March 23rd, from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. is the Easter egg dive at Surf and Swim. And the spots are filled up for the younger kids, but if you have kids that are 8 to 10 or 11 to 13, there's quite a few spots still available. So go to laytoncity.org in the Parks and Rec department and look under open registration for the Easter egg dive. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. One additional item to mention this month is March 29th is the Vietnam Veterans Day, acknowledgement of all those who served in Vietnam. And as you all are aware, we have a very nice replica wall out here that's 83% scale of the one that's in Washington, D.C. And the veterans are planning on holding a program in front of the wall on that day at 11:11 is when it will begin. So anyone who would like to show your support to them, please make sure you come and do that on March 29th. Does anybody else have any announcements? Okay, if not, then I'll go ahead and bring it down to, actually we can go ahead and skip down, clear down to item number 5 tonight, which is our consent items. Excuse me? Oh, excuse me, yeah. Geez, I left the biggest one out. But as actually, I'll now turn the time over to our citizens. On item number 4, here's your comment portion, and these are comments that are on items that is not part of the public hearing, because certainly when we open up for item number 6, our public hearing will welcome all those comments at that time. But if you have anything different than that, then you're welcome to go ahead and step up to the podium and state your name and address and let us know what your comment is. Okay. Oh, go ahead. Come on up.
Hi, I'm Andy Casper. I live up on the top of Gordon in Snow Canyon neighborhood. We would love to have some speed limit signs in our neighborhood. Unfortunately, there are none. It should be assumed 25, but it doesn't seem to be an assumption that's made very often. So if that's something that could be done, I'd love to see that happen. And if you'd consider 20, I think that'd be cool.
All right, thank you. We appreciate that insight there. Okay, anyone else on a comment other than our public hearing? Okay, seeing that there are none, now I can go on to our consent items. And just so you know, our consent items, we can actually, as a governing body, we can hear all the items and then make one singular motion on all of those items, unless one should be a motion to remove. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn the time over to Mr. Steve Jackson for item number 8, which is a federal aid supplement agreement between Layton City and the UDOT.
Thanks, Mayor and Council. It's good to be here with you tonight. Before you, for your consideration, is a federal aid supplement agreement. Back in August of 2023, the city entered into an agreement for federal aid to complete a sidewalk pedestrian project along Gentile Street from approximately 3475 West to 3200 West. This is a picture that we used back in that time. As we got into the design, the costs of the project have exceeded what that allotted budget was. And so we went back and asked if there was any way to receive additional funding for this project. UDOT was gracious enough to give us additional funding, and they've asked that we also bring forward $30,000 in addition to the original amount that we were going to bring forward. So the cost of the project is now anticipated to be about $450,000, with the city contributing $43,250. It is important to note too that the existing or this match amount is actually part of the contingency that we have, so we're not asking for additional budget funding that is there. We're just anticipating on using the contingency that we had to be able to complete the project. So are there any questions I can answer for the council?
Council, any questions?
I just had one question. You may have answered it. I didn't get to go back and look at the minutes from August, but what were we paying before? I know you just mentioned we had contingency in there, but do you remember what the amount was that the city was responsible for?
So originally we were going to pay about $12,300.
Okay, that's right.
So we're additional about $30,000 is what we would contribute.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Well, I think this is a good example of how the staff goes after additional dollars so it doesn't come out of our own personal pockets. I mean, by getting these grants. So I want to say thank you because, 43,000 versus 450 is a big difference.
Yeah.
So, thank
Thank you.
Does anyone else have any comments?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll go on to item number B, which is will be presented by our Chief of Police, Alan Swanson, regarding a proposal agreement between Layton City and Hogan Associates.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for having me here tonight. I bring you Resolution 2410, which is a proposal for an agreement between Layton City and Hogan and Associates Construction for the construction, management, general contract services for a new 911 emergency communication center and an emergency operations center. A request for proposal, which is an RFP for construction management, general contract services for the new building was issued February 6th of 24 with responses required by March 5th, 24. Included in the RFP was a scope of work including pre-construction services, cost estimates, schedule, fees, and management approach. The RFP was advertised on the city's website, the Utah Public Notice website, the Utah's Public Procurement website, and Quest CDN, all in accordance with city practice. 6 companies submitted proposals. The proposals were evaluated by 8 city employees using a predetermined weighted scoring criteria. Galloway, our contracted architect and engineering firm, assisted in the selection process through their experience with candidate firms. The technical proposal was evaluated in 5 categories: overall qualifications, project team, relevant construction experience, management plan, and scheduled and references. A separate sealed fee proposal was also evaluated. 3 companies were selected to participate in a follow-up interview on March 13, 2024, and the end results was Hogan and Associates Construction received the highest overall rating and was recommended by the selection team. Staff recommends that City Council adopt Resolution 2410 accepting this proposal for an agreement between Layton City and Hogan and Associates Construction. Are there any questions?
Any questions, Council?
Chief, thank you. Welcome. I was just curious, what was the cost in the bid that Hogan's going to be taking care of?
13 million, 13 and a half.
13.5 million. We have a lot of residents here. Probably don't think we play with that kind of money here in Layton City. We wish we did. Can you just explain this project, what it's for, and then maybe color some of that, where we got the funds from, and kind of what this is? Because this is a big deal. We've been talking about this for years, and it's a big day for us to be able to get on board with getting construction of a building that's going to go right across the parking lot there.
Certainly. I can give you a little background on that. So Layton City has had ongoing discussions with Davis County and other city administrators, police chiefs and fire chiefs, dating back to 2021, about countywide provision of dispatch services. It was determined that the best system design was 2 dispatch centers, one in Bountiful and one serving the north end of the county. Upon further discussion and in the ensuing months, Layton was selected by the agency to provide dispatch services for the agencies that were located in the north end of the county. And to accommodate this need, plans were developed for a new building. And that new building, as I described, will have an emergency communication center as well as the dispatch. It'll also have a training center, and it'll also have a basement that will have plenty of storage for our evidence needs.
What about the funding? Because I know that, once again, I mean, this is additional funding that's coming into play.
Yeah, yes, Mayor. So a good portion of the funding for this actually came from ARPA funds. I believe about $9 million of that came from some federal funding, and the rest from the city's budget.
Okay. Thanks, Chief. I appreciate just coloring that for the residents, because it's something that as a council the money that was coming out of the federal government that was coming without any strings attached, we had decisions to make on what we were going to use these funds for. And one of the things that we consider as a council, I'm speaking for myself here, is that emergency services, police dispatch, that's a foundational service for the city. And that's something that can be generational. And so we tried to use those funds, and all of us were a part of that conversation to make police dispatch and emergency services a big part of what we do. So, and the tip of the spear for that is you as the chief of police. So just thank you for all your work and all you do to keep Layton safe and for facilitating this project. I know it's something you've been waiting for a long time, and we had this money show up, and we're glad we could put it to good use. So just thank you, Chief. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilman. And as you know, Layton took kind of a first step with this when we merged with Clearfield's dispatch with ours, and so we are currently dispatching for both Clearfield and Layton, and so that's kind of the first step in this process.
Okay, thank you. Question? Go ahead.
No, I don't have a question, but just for the audience and also for those who are live streaming, this visual you see currently and the one you saw before that is just showing you the layout of that facility across the way. And that main floor is going to have, lots of space for the trainings and other things that the police department might need, this visual here. And then that second one has, the dispatch areas and, I don't know all the details, but just so you know, this is what you're seeing. And we wanted to make sure that the public had access to the things that we as a council see prior to coming to the meeting, so you can understand the magnitude of what's happening and have a visual with what it is we're talking about. So you're not just seeing the blue screen. But I just wanted to highlight that these are the visuals you're seeing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. And thank you for not laughing when I put my glasses on. Appreciate that.
Amen. Thank you very much.
I still have
Clint,
one other thing.
Go ahead.
I'll put mine on if you'd like, Chief.
Thank you.
I just maybe a little bit more commentary on this project as with overall. The police department is bursting at the seams in the basement, right over here in the corner, and that building is leased by Layton City. It's not even our building per se, and so instead of, if you look at it, why don't we just build our own public safety building, and that's tens of millions of dollars. This allows us to help with the growth, like it mentioned, the bursting at the seams, especially with dispatch, and keep us from having to talk about tens of millions of dollars in a new building. So great way to use the funds that just fell in our lap instead of maybe wasting with something else. This was a great way to spend that money to help public safety in the city in a very conservative way. So thanks, Chief, for being honest on this.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay. We'll go on to item number C, which is an annexation request for Layton City with the EDA, and we've got Mr. Chad Wilkinson, our Economic Director, presenting that to us.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. This is the first step of a process to annex some property that was recently purchased by the city. The property is located on the north side of Layton City. This is Fairfield as it comes up and terminates right now on the north boundary of Layton City. The property that's up for annexation is the property that's outlined in red. This, again, was recently purchased by the city. And the next step is it's outside the corporate limits of the city. So the next step is for us to request an annexation. The first part of that annexation process is for the city council to accept and certify the petition for annexation. Once that occurs, that starts the process for a very, coordinated noticing requirement by the state. The state code has a requirement for a certain number of notices that will go out, so that annexation request will be notified. And then at some future point, probably within the next 45 days or so, we will reschedule this for a hearing before the council, whether to determine whether or not to annex the property. So this is the first step. This is a city-initiated petition, and we are recommending the council approve these two resolutions, Resolution 2402 and Resolution 2406, accepting and certifying the petition for annexation for these properties located at approximately 3925 North and 2945 North Fairfield Road. Be happy to answer any questions if I can.
Council, any questions?
on,
Go
Mayor.
ahead.
Just,
Go ahead.
Chad, this is going to be a part of the Eastgate Business Park eventually,
That's right. Yeah, this property would be, the purpose of this property would be to provide for an extension of Fairfield Road for one, and then to provide for some additional property that would be available for economic development purposes in that Eastgate Economic Development Area.
Which translates to a lot of good, high-paying local jobs.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, very good. Any other questions or comments? Okay, if not, then we'll go ahead and go on to item number D, which Mr. Wilkinson will be presenting that item as well, which is a final plat.
Thank you. Yeah, we've seen this application a couple times. This is the final plat step for the Adams Oak Hills subdivision. The property is located here, 201 East, 350 North, just really off of Oak Hills Drive right there. You can see the Oak Hills Drive there on the south part of the picture. The property is outlined in red. This particular property is located within our sensitive lands overlay because of some slope and stability issues. So it did have to go through a very detailed review process, including recommendations from a geotechnical engineer. Those recommendations have been reviewed. There'll be mitigation measures that will be required for development of the property. It's just a 2-lot subdivision. Again, this is the property that's in question. You can see that right now it's a vacant property currently with an agricultural use. This is the copy of the plat. These are 2 very large lots. One of them larger than the other. Lot 2 is a very, very large lot. And then lot 1 there on your screen. This again is the final step that the council will see this, and typically we wouldn't have a final plat come before the council. That's usually an administrative item, but because this is a sensitive lands overlay, the final plat is required to be approved by the city council. Planning Commission has reviewed this a couple times as well, and they forward their recommendation of approval for the Adams Oak Hills subdivision, and we would also share that recommendation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions if I can.
Okay. Any questions?
I have a few questions. Well, one question. In the packet, there were the reviews that were done by the city staff, and I believe in the engineering department there were some items that were requested that were completed. I just want to make sure that all of those items that were requested with regard to sensitive lands had been responded to and mitigated. I know some were stricken, and then there was some red below identifying which of those pieces had been completed, and I just wanted to verify that all of the concerns from engineering had been responded to.
All of the concerns that apply at this stage in the process. So there'll be some things that have to be done at development stage. Those things will still need to be completed as this goes through, and the applicant or the owner applies for building permits and things like that. Those mitigation measures will be implemented as development occurs. Okay. But everything that needs to occur up to this stage in the game has occurred.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Chad. Is the hashed areas of both lots, are they buildable with mitigation, or are they not buildable?
They're buildable with mitigation. Yeah, those are areas that they've identified. Some of it fairly significant mitigation, but those would be areas they could potentially build on with those mitigation measures.
Okay.
The one thing to point out, the scale of this map's a little bit deceiving, but they are very large properties, so we would anticipate that lot 1 could build a good sized home without needing any kind of mitigation measures.
Yeah, I wasn't worried about more so about lot 2,
Yeah.
so just curious. Okay.
And it would be mitigation appropriate to the encroachment, right? If they don't encroach in the entire area, then that mitigation is going to be appropriate to whatever the size of that encroachment is.
Yeah. It's nice to see just a 2-lot subdivision here rather than what was originally proposed.
Right. Yeah, it was originally proposed for some pretty, fairly high densities there. So.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Okay. Anyone else? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, council, I'll bring the consent items back to you for action. So anyone who would like to go ahead and make that motion, please state the resolutions on each item.
I move that are we accepting or adopting consent items? Accept or adopt?
Accept.
Thank you. I move that we accept the consent items, item A for resolution 24-11, item B, resolution 24-10, item C, resolution 24-02, and resolution 24-06, and item D, final plat for Adams Oak Hills subdivision.
Second.
Very well stated, thank you. Okay, it's been moved in second that we approve all items as stated. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you very much. That takes care of our consent items, so we'll now move on to our public hearing portion of our meeting. And tonight we'll be talking about the Gordon Avenue and Highway 89 Town Center. We do have a presentation first that will be given by, once again, Mr. Chad Wilkinson, and then after that I'll bring it back to the council and we'll open it up.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, we're very excited to bring forward this addendum to our general plan. This is a small area plan for the Gordon Highway 89 Town Center. It's a master plan project that we've been working on for a little over a year. This is a process that was anticipated in the general plan. When the general plan was originally adopted, the town center area was identified with details needing to be further reviewed as we went through a process to look at and to refine and look at the appropriate types of land uses for this town center. Staff's approach to this project has been that we have reviewed this with the thought in mind that this would be a town center. This was a direction that was received through the general plan. This is an area that's been planned for a town center for many, many years. So the city's approach to this has been that we have reviewed this, not whether or not there should be a town center there, but from the perspective that there should be a town center, we want to make that the best possible town center that we can. This is, again, an area that was identified in the 2019 general plan to have that town center designation. And we've had a lot of good hard work done. We've had various opportunities for public input. Early summer, we had a open house at our new fire station, and we're able to invite the neighborhood to come in and give comment. We also had an online survey that allowed people to give additional comments. We held 2 public hearings at the Planning Commission. One was on November 14th. That was an opportunity for us to take public input, to receive questions. We took careful notes, came back on January 20th with responses to those questions and those queries, and talked a little bit more in detail. In the intervening weeks between November 14th and January 20th, we had the opportunity to meet with various citizens to talk about this planning process, to gain their input. They had some concerns, some potential revisions. We considered each of those. Everything that was brought up to us, we considered carefully. Some of those we were able to accommodate in the plan, and we've made some changes to reflect those requests. And we feel that those requests were appropriate and that they make a better plan. And we're excited to be able to bring forward the plan that includes those revisions between those 2 planning commission meetings. On January 20th, we received a unanimous recommendation of approval from the Planning Commission for this town center plan. Now, for just a moment, we're going to do a presentation, and one of the things we have to balance is we anticipate there are probably some folks in the audience and some of the folks that are watching that have not seen this plan yet. So we're trying to balance that many of you have seen the plan before. You've had the staff report, council, we've had discussions in the work session. So we are going to give a little bit more detail than we did in our work session today, just to give a chance for those that aren't familiar with this plan yet to see what we've been planning. I'm going to turn the time over to Weston Apolloni. We're going to tag team this a little bit. I want to recognize Weston, who's our city planner, who has been really one of our points on this project, along with Zachary Caden, another one of our city planners who's in attendance tonight. And I want to give a shout out again to our city engineer who's here in the audience, or here in the room tonight, that has been his division has been so instrumental in helping us review the traffic components of this, utility components of this plan, to make sure we have a good solid plan. So with that, we also had a consultant that was part of this process that created the framework for this plan, Somas. And they are not in attendance tonight, but we do want to acknowledge their hard work on this as well, along with their team of sub-consultants, which included LRB, who conducted a market analysis, and WCG, who conducted our traffic impact study. So with that, I'm going to turn a little time over to Weston.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. Excited to be here tonight. I want to talk about the proposed plan and go into the purpose of the proposed plan. So the purpose of this town center plan was based on the direction established by the general plan, which stated that the Gordon Avenue and Highway 89 area should be a town center.
Having a town center falls within the Wasatch Choice 2040 planning model, which is a regional planning model used for managing growth along the Wasatch Front. This is a planning model not just specific to Layton, but along the region itself. The purpose is intended. The purpose and intent of the town center is to have distinct neighborhoods with convenient services and a variety of housing choices, employment centers, and access to public transportation within a short distance. The majority of residents that participated within the general plan process were in support of the development of town centers in general, as well as the Gordon Avenue and Highway 89 town center. The market study that was conducted as a part of this planning process identified a service hole, a hole for commercial and related services, and stated the viability of this location being a town center. As a part of the planning process, there was multiple public meetings, including a public open house, which Chad referenced. As a part of those, we did a preference survey at the fire station and then an online survey. These are the results that came from those surveys. I should also note, between the last Planning Commission meeting where we discussed this item and today, we've received 2 emails, one in favor of the town center and the development around it, and then one with concerns about with the development with concerns of the development. Also, I want to note that I covered that. I'm going to move on. Thank you. Okay. I just want to take a second here and go through the concept of the plan. I tried to bolden these. My last color was yellow and it wasn't showing up, and so I'm hoping that black color shows up a little bit more for the individuals in the back. I'm going to start here. The center white building would be an anchor grocery store. Now, this is a conceptual plan, but I will go through the layouts of this component here. The building just below that would be a gas station that's associated with the grocery store. These additional white buildings here, and on the corner here and here are associated with retail and commercial services. And the 2 L-shaped brown buildings would be mixed-use buildings with retail and commercial on the ground floor with residential above. The area located to the north of where we were just talking about would be attached residential, which would be similar to a townhome product. The yellow over here would be a twin home or triplex. Think of it as a mansion home style. Attached units with single family along the periphery, along the border of the development. As we cross the Gordon Avenue, it's hard to move this mouse in the right way, so I apologize for it kind of going all over, but this road here is Gordon. This circle accounts for a pedestrian underpass that would go under the road and connect through multiple pedestrian connections. These 3 white buildings identify a mixed-use area that could be a variety of multifamily, office, or a combination of the 2, with again attached townhome units to the side of that. Just below that is the Snow Canyon Creek that comes from the east side of 89 and drains out this way and then into a detention pond. The items that are listed here are identified as resources for the residential community as amenities, so you could see potentially a pool and canopy and a park and things like that. This just goes over the proposed heights. So the green that you see the majority of would be 2 stories. The purple, which includes those 2 L-shaped buildings that were brown in the other slide, those are the mixed-use buildings with a few others. Those would be allowed to be a 3-story product, with the 1 building here along Gordon Avenue to be a single story. The pedestrian pathways, if you look at the brown connections, those are plaza spaces that connect throughout the development with the intent to provide as much pedestrian pathway and connection as possible. There is the pedestrian underpass that connects the 2 sides.
as well as connecting back down to 10-foot pathways along that stream and along the detention basin and throughout the development. Also connecting to the already existing trail that sits along Gordon. I'm just going to go through the images really quick that our consultant provided. This is the corner of Gordon and the frontage road that already exists and the potential grocer. This is another view just at a different angle of that same corner building. Now, this gives the appearance of a two-story building. I mean, it does look and feel as a two-story building. It would operate as a single-story building in that there likely wouldn't be commercial services or retail services above. It would be constructed as a two-story to help frame in the development and create that mixed-use feel. This is one of the plaza spaces that's inside that building we were just looking at, just on the other side, right on the other side of this building down here. This is on the northern side of the project, splash pad, potentially other features that could add to the space for open space. This is on the south end of the property, where those mixed use buildings could be mixed use or office. And then this is looking east towards the mountains with the existing single family homes along the adjacent side here. Just one more angle, you can see the potential grocery anchor here. Just want to talk about design for a minute. You know, we look at these graphics and they're beautiful graphics, and our consultant did a great job. And we also understand that these are conceptual. And so what we try to identify in this plan is some real life residential design examples, some character of what we might see within the plan. And so here's just some examples of some character that you'd see, and then commercial designs as well. The specifics of the design would get flushed out within the next stage. That's not necessarily a part of this plan. Again, this is a preliminary and really meant to just provide some examples. The Planning Commission did forward a positive recommendation to the City Council to recommend approval of this plan, and Chad and I would be happy to answer any questions that the council has.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and bring this back to the council first and see if they have any questions they wish to ask before we actually open up for a public comment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Chad, or Planning Commission looked at this, reviewed it, gave us their unanimous, consent to it. There's been some changes, I'm guessing, and some in the plan post Planning Commission, or has there not been any changes?
No. The plan itself is the same. We went through and did one more good solid edit to make sure we got spelling and grammar type mistakes. We had a couple clarifications that were pointed out at the Planning Commission stage that we've made in the plan. But yeah, this is the plan.
So nothing substantive different from what the Planning Commission saw than what we saw?
That's right.
From the last, just this last
From January 20th.
Yeah, make sure that the dates.
Yep.
I know there's comments.
Yeah, there were changes made between November 14th and the 20th. They saw that, yeah.
Okay. Any other comments? Go ahead.
Madam Mayor, thank you. Chad, question about public transportation. You're going to have a lot of opportunity to live there and not necessarily have to drive or use your car. With Highway 89, I know north of there, Antelope, there's a park and ride UTA service north-south. Have we talked about or talked with UTA about east-west and connecting maybe to the Layton to the station for Front Runner, and or how this will connect to the bus routes?
Yeah, we'd love to have that connection. We've definitely mentioned that to UTA. We anticipate a transit stop here at least. There are some fairly good transit lines that run right along Highway 89, that north-south connection. We would love to have that conversation with UTA. We have had that conversation initially with them. The planner from UDOT, who was involved initially with this review, has gone on to work for UDOT as part of their transit division. So that's an exciting connection we have there, and we think and very supportive of this planning process. But anytime we can get another east-west connection, it'd be helpful. We recognize that, and we hope the UTA will look at that as well. I will do my best.
Okay. Do you have another question?
I'll see if I can.
We'll
talk.
pause for a moment for the playing. Yeah.
Let me try to speak louder. You can't tell how loud you're speaking because now I feel like I'm screaming. So if I feel like I'm screaming at you, I'm sorry. I'm not. Chad, can you talk about the question about the general plan, right? The general plan laid out some kind of bare bones on this, and that was just 5 years ago. Can you talk about how this amendment and change to the general plan is different than a typical developer coming in and asking to have the general plan amended? How this one's different?
Sure, thank you. I'm going to try to speak a little louder. It does feel like you're shouting a little bit, so I'm
No,
going
it helps.
try not to do that. But the big difference here, I think, first of all, we've got one property owner. It's the Department of Transportation. This property has been envisioned as a town center from for many years, as we said, but also as part of this project for the Highway 89. This was always envisioned to have this process that we would go through to determine the land uses. One of the big things that happened as part of the general plan, again, was we identified kind of that framework that this should be a town center, and because of all the characteristics that it had that lent itself to that, the good transportation connections, you've got an arterial street with Gordon, you've got, of course, the highway right there adjacent to the site, you've got access to transit, which is very important. You've got other services there. We've got school not far away, which is a good positive part of a town center development. You've got recreational opportunities to the east, and also a trail system that's been specifically designed along Gordon Avenue to accommodate this type of use. So those were kind of the framework that we looked at to start. In the general plan, it identifies that this would be a town center, but it also identified that we would need to refine what that town center looked like. So what that means is that the town center says, yeah, we should have a town center there, but it doesn't say in the general plan which zones would be needed to implement that town center, what types of uses. If you look at the drawings that are in the original general plan from 2019, it's fairly dense development. The pictures that you see in there show a lot of residential, a lot of commercial. What we did from that point was say, what could actually feasibly be built on this site? And that would include what can be parked. We looked specifically at parking. Parking played a big role in determining and really drawing back from even what was originally kind of envisioned as higher densities here to what we would say are sustainable and feasible densities in this area. So all of that is part of this refinement. Now this step in the process is a refinement. It's an addendum to the general plan, but it's still a plan. So the next steps would be to take this forward for an actual review of development plans, coming up with the actual zoning that would be adopted, and a development agreement that would entitle, which is a fancy word we use for giving the permits or allowing these things to go forward. So we're in that middle stage of establishing what those zones should be. How this differs is that we're not deciding on whether or not the general plan should call this a town center. It's a refinement. It's an addendum. It's been anticipated. It was actually talked about in the general plan that we need to come back and refine this. It's a process we'll go through with some of our centers in the city that are still in need of this more refined land use type plan. Did that answer the question? Okay.
Any other questions? Mr. Thomas?
I'll just go back to the one I asked in the work meeting. When it comes to trees, we've got trees that are decent. I hate saying that, like, I know you guys have put up good trees, but I mean, I'm counting 5 or 6 trees up there anyway, times 100. But those would be trees that would, I mean, they're not going to be 100 foot tall, but they're going to be tall enough to provide shade, and they kind of provide blockage too. You know, people look over there and you see the trees, you don't see all the buildings as much.
This is a critical part of this town center plan, is that kind of landscape scenario. it was something that came up often with our consulting team, that we want to make sure that we include some good trees for a variety of reasons. There's a number of reasons to have good trees. So we will be, as we go through this process, we'll be refining what those trees are, what those types are. A development agreement would be anticipated that would specify probably some varieties, so we don't also give some options to someone, but to try to create a good tree plan.
Actually goes on the development agreement.
Yeah, that would be the stage.
Left up to somebody's idea.
We'd want to make sure that was part of that development agreement to specify what we expect for that landscape plan.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah. One more, do you mind? Maybe, can you give me some information, maybe some of the residents' information about, we see a map of a desert where we don't have services, right, in this area over a pretty big square mileage. Can you talk about why a town center is the preferred route over just a regular commercial center without any housing around it? Because it seems to me, and I'm just arguing for the sake of arguing, it seems to me like you'd be able to have success with that grocery store or those food amenities or the gas station if there weren't any housing around, because there isn't anything else in the neighborhood anyway. And so my question is, why, I guess, the market, and why does that require, or why is best practice to have the housing associated with it? I know that's better for the grocer, but I'm just curious why that's the best thing for the whole neighborhood and community as a whole.
Yeah, I'm going to tag team this one with Weston a little bit, but he mentioned in his presentation about how this complies with that 2040 regional plan. That document really talks about why these town centers are a preferred type of development. And what it comes down to is when we have different developments that occur in the city, there are impacts that occur from a variety of things. You have trips that are added to the roadways. We've talked about that a little bit in our work session about the traffic study and things. But what town centers allow you to do is it allows us to create a center that has a variety of housing types that can potentially take trips off of our roadways. So that's why when we talk about this regional plan, that's a plan that's put together by our metropolitan planning organization that's really a transportation organization. That's their function. So they like the town centers, and we like them too. This is something that we support as part of our planning efforts in the city, because it does put that variety of housing types in close proximity to services, to transit, to good transportation connections. And what that does is it decreases impacts on our street infrastructure. It puts these developments in areas where there's good, solid other infrastructure, things like underground infrastructure, water, sewer, etc. So it's really putting those developments in areas where it makes the most sense as a way to decrease impacts on other areas of the city, both for transportation, traffic, added infrastructure costs for those other areas of the city.
I guess
anything you want to add to that, Weston, before we move on?
I guess I'm just trying to think as if as a resident, obviously I'm a resident of Layton, just if you're assuming the housing is there already. Because I guess my question was, why does the housing need to be there if we already have this big, desert for services? Why is the housing an assumption that, well, of course they'll be able to be closer and we'll be able to do that, but these are new housing that's being put in. It's not existing housing that's being put in. So I guess my question is more, is there benefits outside of just affordable housing and the market dictating to the grocer or the gasoline or to all those areas? Is it just to put more people on site so they'll shop there? And if that's it, that's fine. I just didn't know if there was a reason why it couldn't exist outside of being a hive for new housing.
Yeah, so the purpose of these town centers is certainly housing is part of that, but it's also to create that place that has those services that are available. You want to have that they are synergistic. You have a commercial use there that provides services, but you also need to have the right amount of a mix of residential to support those services. But there's a bigger reason, I guess, that's more of that regional reason. We know we need housing in the state of Utah. And so as we've looked at, where should that housing be concentrated? What are the areas that make the most sense for us to have this variety of housing types and moderate densities, those things that are going to allow us to have units that can support the housing that we need in the state. The reason these town centers work well for that is that we're placing those units where they make the most sense. So these plans are center and corridor plans. We have mixed-use corridors that connect these town centers. The town centers, we have a concentration of a variety of housing types so that folks can have options, but also affordability, as we talked about, and close to those services. Because if we do that, again, it lessens the impact on our existing infrastructure and existing residents, because we're saying that the places that it makes most sense for these centers are places with good transit connections, that if someone chose not to drive, they could potentially jump on a bus or some other transit option and take their trip that way. Again, that's to reduce that impact. So each of the centers that you see within the general plan are in those areas where we have good connection to transit, good transportation connections, services that are available or that are planned to be available, so that we can, because if we need to have that housing, it makes sense to put them in those areas that make sense.
Okay. Go ahead.
So to piggyback on what Councilmember Bloxham was stating, it sounds to me like he was asking, why is the preference town center versus commercial center? And it sounds as though the commercial center would be more conducive to more traffic, right? People just coming in to do their shopping or whatever they're doing and then going out, but that could be conducive to more traffic in the area. Whereas the town center, it speaks more to that walkability piece. And that leads into kind of the statement and what I would like you to just expound on a little bit is the walkability, because I know in our city, a lot of people like to go to places where they can walk, have open spaces. There were mentions from some residents about having just taking this whole town center and making it a park, right? Things of that nature. But could you speak more to the, you said pedestrian, but I'm not sure if everybody understands specifically what that means as far as being able to walk and use trail amenities and have the trail connections and being able to walk around in the area as opposed to driving to and fro. I mean, a lot of our residents like to be active. We have lots of pickleball courts and all of those things that Layton residents like and participate in. So if you could speak a little bit more to the walkability piece, because that's something that I know residents have reached out to me about.
Sure. I think, this goes back to, and this is work that wasn't necessarily done by the city, but, Envision Utah, others have spent a lot of time looking at these types of questions, like where do people want to live? When they're asked what their preference would be, what types of communities do they want to live in? And overwhelmingly, people say we'd like to live in these areas that are walkable, that have good access to amenities, that have good access to services within that walkable distance. Weston's put up on the screen this pathway plan that shows some of the pedestrian circulation, but that's been a very deliberate part of this process, is to create an area that people can get from homes to services on safe, accessible routes. So that part of it is something that, again, that as we, even in our own surveys we've done for this process, people prefer these mixed use, walkable, areas that have good access to service, a variety of housing types. And that's something that's not just a city statistic. That's something that we see statewide. People want to have those areas that they can, they have the option. If you don't want to have to get in your car to go to the grocery store, or to the ice cream store, whatever the case may be, have the option to walk. If you've lived in a walkable community, it's a great place to be. Those are places where you can get to your services if you want to, hop on a trail network to a park or to some open space, use that open space. And so we're trying to create those areas that can be walkable. Have I answered your question? Okay.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
This is your time.
Thanks, Chad. Maybe help me understand, when we've talked about this, maybe not the impact of this, maybe we're just lost out a little bit. The fact that there's just one owner here, and being willing to work with the city and work with us on a development agreement versus maybe how this would look if there were multiple owners, or maybe talk about that a little bit.
Sure.
Because this doesn't happen all the time where we get this sort of say in what's happening.
Yeah, I would say almost never. I think the real advantage to this, again, is that we do have one property owner that has a vested interest in this being successful for a couple of reasons. One of the things we did as part of this was we did a traffic study. That was a critical piece to our property owner, which is the Department of Transportation, because they've just invested a tremendous amount of public funding toward a highway system and interchanges. And the last thing that they would like to see is for those interchanges to fail. They want to make sure that these facilities, this public investment that's occurred, is used wisely, and that we don't have things that fail in the future. So we've coordinated closely with the Department of Transportation, their planners and others, engineers there at the department, to build something that actually creates that neighborhood scale commercial use, residential use, but also does not have negative impacts on that infrastructure that's just been installed as part of that highway system. So very, very closely with UDOT. It's a very unique opportunity in that, again, one of the things that's an advantage here is we can create through a development agreement and through this process a cohesive development that would be implemented by a master development agreement, so that we can get these things. And a lot of times, as you alluded to, if you have multiple owners, even with the best of intentions, that those things can turn out far different than what you hope. Now, that's not to say that there might not still be revisions, and those will all go through public processes. We'll have those discussions, but this is a great opportunity for us to at least lay this framework for what we think is going to be a very, very great positive development in our city. Yeah.
Thanks, Jeff.
Couple of questions. But first off, piggybacking on Councilmember Smith Edmondson's question on walkability, what kind of connections or trails, I'm trying to get outside this area, trails, walkways beyond this map? I don't know if you have any.
We have an aerial
have parks
that
here,
goes,
but
we're going to look for an aerial that goes outside. I'll just try to point some areas. Again, we mentioned a little bit that there's a trail that's been built. It's a enhanced sidewalk along Gordon on the south side. It's a wider trail connection. So that trail connection will take you down to the Adams Pond down there, which is a great recreational amenity. Also some park properties that are down there in that location. To the east, there are connections via, again, some widened sidewalks along the freeway overpass over to our trail network that eventually connects to the Bonneville Shoreline Trail and some of our canyon trails. So those are accessed via those pedestrian connections across the way. And also internally, we have deliberately created these connections that go around some of this some of this mandated open space, a space that was required as part of the mitigation efforts for the Highway 89 project, and that creates a really nice recreational loop that folks can use, as well as pathways that wind their way through some of these areas. Anything I've missed?
Thank you. So a couple traffic questions. The traffic study that's been done, and whether you're using your crystal ball or data, where do you see the increased traffic, the hot spots, the most used areas? That's part one, I guess, where you see most of the increased traffic happening. And additionally, west down Gordon, I drove it recently. It's 2 lanes. Is there plans to make that 4 lanes, or just 2-part question, I guess?
I'm going to invite our city engineer up to talk about at least one of those, maybe the last one first or something, but we can talk about both of those questions.
Yeah, thanks, Councilman Robertson. As far as Gordon Avenue goes, it is a 2-lane road right now. It does have the capacity to become a 5-lane road, or 2 in each direction with the center turn. That would be a determination into the future based on traffic counts and traffic modeling. What we do know is that we have several traffic signals planned. Currently, there's one at Gordon and Emerald that we are putting in. This intersection here west of 89 will be another intersection that will have a signal, as well as one at, I believe it's 2175 or 2125. And then there's the one down at Fairfield that's already existing. So as far as the traffic and the mitigations, there could be plans for that. Right now, the model doesn't show that there needs to be those 4 lanes, but in the future, it would be there if there's capacity needs that we need to meet there. As far as the hotspots go, or the additional traffic, the traffic impact study shows that 60% of all the traffic on this road will be between this intersection west of 89 and the 89 interchange. So of all the traffic there, we anticipate that it'll be a lot of people coming off the freeway, getting into this this area, and then going back onto 89. 15% of the traffic would continue west or come from the west to the east on Gordon as well. So you're looking at roughly 75% of all the trips on this would be on Gordon Avenue. And then the others would be, I believe, 15% from the south, or was it 10, Chad? I can't. 10 to the south, and then the remaining would be from the north. We anticipate that would be from neighbors and people who want to come to these amenities and use these facilities as well. So does that help answer your questions?
No, that's good. And there's 4 lanes coming off of the interchange, right?
Yeah, that was anticipated that was where a lot of traffic would be, and so that's why it's striped the way it is.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Any additional questions here, council?
I want to take one last stab at the question about why town centers. It's a great question. It is the question, right? I think Weston reminded me that as part of the Layton Forward process and the Envision Layton process that preceded that, so this coming to this town center idea and general plan was the result of years of planning process. The Envision Layton process before our general plan process, which is called the Layton Forward process, 5, 6, 7 years of going through this with many residents of Layton that came and participated in that. And the question was, how do we want to grow? How do we want to grow in Layton? We know that we have to accommodate for growth. We have children, we have folks that move here for jobs. We're grateful that they're here. How do we want to accommodate that growth that we know is going to occur? We project that there's going to be a need for this growth. And that is something that the citizens overwhelmingly said that this is the preference that we'd like to do. Is we know the growth's going to come, so where we'd like to put those are in these walkable town centers, because then we have folks that have access to amenities, access to services. They'll less impact on roadways, less impact on infrastructure because they are in these town centers. So that was something that was very, very deliberately talked about during that process. And again, scenarios that were given about these are different ways you can grow, and this was the scenario that came through that general plan process.
Okay, very good. Absolutely.
Okay, this is not a question. One more thing. In the work session, Weston mentioned the number of residents that feedback had been received from in the lifetime of this project, and maybe even some of that just in recent times. And Weston, I think you said thousands of residents had provided the survey information with regard to the town center. And that was that specific to this one, or was that during the general plan timing back in 2019?
So we had,
combo.
Yeah, a combination of that. We definitely had a very large response on this process as well. When we talk as far as the number of people, I don't know exactly that number, but thousands of responses certainly. And as part of the general plan process that preceded this effort, we had. I mean, it was thousands. There's thousands of people that were part of that process. Many of you. We have some of our current planning commission that's why they became planning commissioners, was because they were involved in that process, and they said, I want to be more involved in the planning for Layton City. But that's very, very high participation rate in that process, and then again with this particular process, hundreds and thousands of responses.
Okay, if there's no more questions here on behalf of the council, then I'll bring it back to the council to make a motion to open up the public hearing, and then I'll make a quick statement.
Let's open the public comments. I make a motion we open the public comments.
Okay, it's been moved in second that we move into our public hearing portion of our meeting. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you very much. As you can see here tonight, that I like to make sure that we vet all questions and give people ample time, and that's what we did here with the council. We're now going to turn the time over to our residents. I will ask if you could And I actually am saying, please keep decorum, no loud outbursts, no shouting. We will take the time necessary. We have podiums on both sides. We ask that you state your name and address for the record. And certainly if there's a group of you that are working together, or you have a spokesperson for that group, then I will allow more time for that one individual. Typically, we only allow about 3 minutes on any individual topics, but I think the key thing here is for this council and governing body to be able to hear your concerns. And if somebody's already stated that concern, then I don't think it's necessary to restate it. But if you have a new concern, then certainly feel willing to get up and go ahead and speak on that topic. So with that, I'll now turn the time over to our residents, and we'll hear from you.
Is this loud enough? You guys can hear me back there?
Speak into the mic, and I know it's hard to get.
I'm going to shout. My name is Karen Smith. I live at 1553 North, 2850 East in Layton. Mayor Petro, council members, youth city council member, tight knot. Today's a much anticipated meeting with the city council on the Gordon Avenue and Highway 89 Town Center Master Plan. It's hard to believe we've been discussing this since 2019 and before. I want to express appreciation to Chad Wilkinson and Weston Apolloni and the staff who have been so open and willing to listen to and work with those of us who will be greatly affected by this development. We realize that change is difficult and that many area residents would like to see this 44-acre property remain unchanged or become a single-family residential neighborhood. We also realize that this is not possible and that the owner, UDOT, will sell this property at market value and that a purchaser will want a return on their investment. With this in mind, our efforts have been focused on making this the best development possible. We have actually tried to be conservative in our requests for changes to the plan. We have participated in large and small group discussions. We've met personally with city staff. We've received dozens of emails and have done research on our own. Throughout this process, we have been told that the best way to ensure a high-quality development is to have a strong development agreement. We know the development agreement will not be passed tonight, but we want to go on record as requesting that the following be included in that development agreement for the Gordon Avenue and Highway 89 Town Center. Number 1, businesses should be in place before housing. There should at least be a committed tenant and 4 walls for the anchor store. Number 2, no buildings will be over 3 stories high. Earlier iterations of the town center plan allowed for 4-story buildings. Number 3, detached single-family dwellings will be next to existing detached single-family dwellings on the west side of the town center. Number 4, the total number of housing units is not conceptual. Construction of housing units will not exceed the maximum ranges on the March 11th, 2024 Town Center Master Plan copies that we were given. Number 5, all apartments will be above office or retail space and will thus have secure access and interior staircases. These buildings will not be over 3 stories high. These will be mixed-use residential housing and mixed-use office housing. Those are the things we'd like to see for sure in the master plan. The following items have been discussed at length and should be included and incorporated, but they're not specifically mentioned in the March 11th, 2024 Town Center Master Plan. A, there will be limited drive-through options such as a grocery store, pharmacy, or a coffee shop. B, the grocery store may also have gas pumps associated with it. C, all townhomes will include a 2-car garage. D, there will be 50% covered parking for those who live in apartments. E, the 10-foot wide multi-use path around the detention pond will connect with the Gordon Trail. Other amenities such as a large playground and or a covered pavilion have also been proposed for this area. We also trust that the impact on schools, traffic, and water have all been addressed. through traffic studies and consultation with appropriate agencies. With these conditions in place, we endorse this project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll go over here.
My name is Natalie Paul, and I live at 1716 North, 2675 East. My purpose here tonight, though, is I am representing Nancy Roberts, a neighbor who could not be here for family medical emergency reasons. So this is what Nancy has to say. My name is Nancy Roberts, and my husband and I live at 2684 East, 1650 North, on the east side of Layton. I am sorry I cannot be here in person tonight, and I appreciate my neighbor representing my perspective. We moved to Layton about 2.5 years ago from Bergen County, New Jersey, which has a population of over 1 million people and sits about 12 miles from New York City. Part of what makes the county so desirable, is that many of the townships are designed to promote a sense of community. Apartments are located over businesses. There are central downtowns, and there is walkability to the bus or train. This has attracted singles and couples of all ages who work in or near New York City, but who want access to outdoor activities in their downtime. I want to thank the Planning Commission for this willingness to listen to our community concerns as you prepared the Gordon Avenue Town Center Master Plan. I'd like to call out several changes that were made from the November 14th, 2023 Master Plan to the March 11th, 2024 Master Plan due to public input and your commitment to hear us. The first example I'd like to share concerns Building 2 in the Master Plan. The number of floors decreased from 4 to 3. The total square footage decreased from 91,000 square feet to 68,250 square feet. The required parking decreased from 211 to 170 spots. The second example highlights buildings 8, 9, and 10. The buildings were originally zoned as all housing and were changed to mixed-use office housing. In summary, there are now 100 plus fewer total housing units in the March Plan. There are no buildings taller than 3 stories. There are no single-family dwellings on the west side of the town center. The Gordon Avenue Town Center Master Plan reminds me of the New Jersey Township, but with a Utah flair. It offers a proximity to Salt Lake City via the bus transit, and it is the gateway to a wonderful recreational area. Thank you to the Mayor, City Council, and Planning Commission. That's from Nancy Roberts.
Thank you. Okay, sir, you can go.
Hi there, my name is Francois Harvey, and I live at 2301 East, 1100 North. And I have 2 points. The first point, and you, I'm sorry, I can't see your name, Blacksman, Councilman, you got me thinking. Between the 2 options of just having a retail center, and I'm talking about the traffic mitigation part of it, you've already done a study that said you're going to have, I don't know what the number is, but I was a math major, so let's just call it X number of cars on the road going back and forth from this retail center. Just the retail center. Now, if you add to the retail center these housing units or incorporate, and again, I'm just going to pick a number, an extra 300 people living in that area. Now, I'm retired, and I go back and forth to my house maybe 2-3 times a day. So that's 4 to 6 times I'm on the road. These people, you're going to jam in another 300, and they're going to do 4, 5, 6 extra trips every day. They're not just going to walk to the grocer and the gas station. They're going to go into Layton and do business or whatever. So the option between just retail space, for me, traffic-wise, and retail space and dwellings, I'd rather have traffic-wise just the retail space. Because I didn't jam an extra, X plus 300 times however many trips these people take back and forth to their homes, adding more traffic to that area. My second point is that if you go out my back door, go across my yard, and jump my fence, You're on the south side of Gordon Avenue on the sidewalk. I'm between 2225 East and 2400 East, right on Gordon. Now, I don't know how you can widen that street anymore there. Maybe you're not talking about that part of Gordon, but I don't think you can widen that anymore. So I don't know how you're going to mitigate any extra traffic then. And that's my concern. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Go ahead.
My name is Rachel Black. I live on 1663 North, 2800 East. And I'm kind of with the group with Karen Smith and Nancy Roberts. We've actually been meeting together like every month. We know that change is going to happen. Some of us moved here a little too late to vote on this plan. So we're going along with it. And we do feel like there needs to be a master plan that we're going to definitely go along with this. And I kind of wanted to focus on how we can represent this area, that we can focus on the showcase that this is a very beautiful area. I looked up statistically, our zip code 84040 is in the top 15 for our zip codes with the highest median household income of over 116,000. And we actually are a little bit higher than Farmington now, the 84025, and that the median home price in our zip code is around 619,000. And according to bestplaces.com, living in 84040 Layton, Utah is a wonderful experience that offers something for everyone. The city is home to many parks, recreation sites, as well as a variety of cultural attractions. The community prides itself on its welcoming atmosphere and wide array of activities for all ages, with plenty of things to do. 84040 Layton is an excellent place to live if you want to enjoy a peaceful lifestyle without sacrificing convenience or fun. I also looked up too, I don't know if this mic is working very well, but the crime right now too is only 16.3 over 100 and the average is 35.4. So we live in such a great area, and you can tell a lot of us just, this is our home. We love this area, and we're very passionate about what's going to take place. And I appreciate Bloxham and Roberts and asking about, because there is going to be a lot of housing out here and traffic that we're concerned about, but we do want to have a master plan and make this a beautiful place. And in the pages, when they have the Gordon Town 89, the whole plan, the concept plan, on page 4, it does say that exploring a town center needs to tie to the recreational opportunities. And they have this in their bullet points on page 4. And then the building orientation should take advantage of views of both the mountains and the lakes, and that uses should be pedestrian oriented with off-street parking shielded from streetscapes and plaza areas, and also have smaller boutique retail and restaurant areas and where community can come together. And also they made this town center to be something that the community can come together on. And I do recall way back that they did have a plan for the town center, but it was more of like a cozy, like just a community area that would bring people together. I remember a water feature and like a clock and like just kind of a small little quaint town. And we kind of want to have that feeling of because this is the gateway to so many beautiful things. In fact, on the same page on 4 with the Gordon Avenue and Highway 89, that there are over 22 open space amenities out here, that this is the gateway to. We talked about a few of them, but there's the Holmes Creek Reservoir, there's Adams Reservoir, Valley View Golf Course, the Andy Adams Park, Fernwood Recreation Site. There's so many trails, the waterfalls. There's so many beautiful places that if we can focus on it being, instead of like a housing, but more of the gateway of look how beautiful this place is, and to focus on the recreational part of it. And they did also have, when they met with them in June with the city, they did have that they were going to include like an orchard farm theme with rustic elements. This is on page 5, and have urban orchards throughout the development. So kind of just, we want to have that feel of, that's why we moved out here, was to get away from the hustle and bustle and to be and enjoy the nature and the peaceful place that it is. And if there's a way that we can go ahead with this master plan, but be thinking about those of us that chose to live here and want to stay here. I've lived in lots of different places, and this is a place where I really want to raise my family and be proud of it. And I want to, in generations to come, be proud of what happens here, and that we can showcase this beautiful area, and that is a gateway of many beautiful recreational things here, and the mountains and the Rocky Mountains and how amazing Layton City can be. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thomas Kano, 2627 East Cherry Lane. Thank you to the council and the Planning Commission and staff. I've talked with many of you and have had great discussions. Though there are a couple things that come to mind with this, and it has been alluded to as traffic. And in the last Planning Commission meeting, it was brought up that there are intersections that are already planned to fail within the development, and to truly understand if there has been real thought through that and how we mitigate that to make sure that everything does work and that it is to the standard of not an F rating. The other one is around the north end property with your townhomes that are on the north end. In the work session just before this meeting, it was mentioned that the property owner to the north, that there was discussions of what they were going to do. And that is why that is the way that it is. But in the general plan, it actually says in Greenfield Town Centers, new single-family residential should be situated along the area perimeter next to the existing adjacent single-family uses with compatible lot size and building height. These aren't of similar lot size or building height of what currently exists. I don't think that we should be planning based on what could be in the place to the north. With the traffic piece as well, the other concern, which was actually brought up to me by the landowner to the north, is those two through streets that are potential and what the city will do if those are put there, as he has said that he does not want them. So on his future development, if he does develop. So just to make that clear. But thank you for your willingness to listen and willingness to make changes and to listen to your constituents. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll go over here.
Hi, my name is Kent Smedley, and the first thing I have is a question. Do we have a timetable when this might be accomplished and finished? Because some projects that I've been involved with in communities, it goes on forever and ever and ever. Can we establish a timeline on something like this, or is there a timeline?
Chad, I don't know that we really have a timeline at this.
You see what I mean. I mean, there was going to be development up at Bear Lake, and I'm a resident there. And unfortunately, right next to me, they started a development about 8 years ago, and now it's failing. And now I'm looking at piles of concrete and piles of old trees and so forth. So I hope that we can look at this from a positive standpoint, say, hey, we got to do this right, but we can't make it last forever. I think we got to put a timeline and have them meet a timeline, regardless of what it is,
okay,
so that we're not. I'd like to say one other thing about what I really like. I love Farmington Station. I was excited when we were going to have a development like that in West Layton. Maybe some of you were around here when that was going to take place, and it failed. I love Farmington Station. I hope we could have something as nice as Farmington Station. And I don't believe they have a lot of what we're talking about here tonight. With 3-story buildings and housing, I don't know that I'm excited about that. And I live at 2354 East, 1100 North, so I'm not far from it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. In fact, what I'll do is go ahead and allow people to talk and then have Chad answer all of our questions at once. So go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Scott Temby. I live at 2278 East, 1100 North, fairly close to the proposed changes here. I'm relatively new to City Layton. I've been here less than 3 years, but I've done my research. I've read the process for the general plan. I've reviewed the materials. I've looked at the steps taken to obtain community input. I'm impressed by the number of the community members who provided input. As a former planning commission member for a community down in Utah County, I've gone through this process. So thank you for your service as city council members. I am very impressed by the work that the studies have revealed, that the efforts to create buffer zones to accommodate traffic in a reasonable manner and to also address the safety concerns of the community. Because of that, I am generally supportive of this proposed zoning changes to the general plan. I think this will make a very nice and attractive eastern gateway to Layton City. Thank you.
Thank you, and welcome to Layton.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Rod Charlesworth. I'm a longtime resident of Layton. When I first came, or when the street was first put into, East Gentile was put into Layton City. By the way, my address is 2597 East Gentile. And I was told that there would be a road that would go through and my kids would be able to walk to East Layton Elementary School. It took 50 years for that to happen, and I don't have any kids going to East Layton Elementary School. But the part that I'm concerned about now, I think there's been a lot of conversation about the area and what should improvement. I see, less houses going into this plan talked about now, but every house that I can see is going to have at least 2 vehicles. I have 3 grandsons that are able to rent a house together, and between them they have 5 vehicles. So I think you're going to have more vehicles up there to worry about parking space than just a 2-car garage. But what concerns me now is I'm on the perimeter of this 44 acres, and I don't see that Layton City has taken any steps to improve the traffic and the road down Gentile past the golf course along the Hog's Back all the way down. That road is terrible. It's, my old beat up car, it rattles all the way down. I was hoping, and I was told earlier in the development of this, that in 3 years from when the thing started with 89, that there would be some improvements going down that road. I see in the meeting earlier that on West Gentile, you've applied with some funds to improve that and put a better curb and gutter and sidewalk. And I think that needs to continue past my house down and down that Hog's Back because the road narrows down there. The traffic speed is people come off of 89 and come down, and they turn, and somebody put a 25-mile-an-hour zone speed limit sign there about 100 feet off the corner, but nobody does that. The speeds, and maybe it's the golfers, they're hurrying for their tee times, but they're going 50 miles an hour down that street. And then we have all the locals and other people that come to see Holmes Creek Reservoir and participate there, and they're tearing up all of the side of the road there, and you have a trail that's supposed to be a Holmes Creek trail that's going to come across, and obviously it's going to go in front of my house, and yet UDOT stopped 30 feet away from my house with curb and gutter and left a pile of gravel and everything out there in front. And I'm thankful that they left the gravel there because it keeps the water from running into my yard. But I was told that would be finished and that there was a plan to go on down. I would like to see that is a future plan from the engineering and city department. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Gordon Smith. I live at 2826 Country Oaks Drive in Layton, and appreciate this opportunity to speak, and thank you for your time and efforts. I attended the last meeting, I believe, here, and I came away with confusion on a couple of topics, so I guess I have two questions. One is regarding traffic, and maybe I misunderstood last time, but it seemed like there was a discussion that the anticipated amount of trips to this area would be like 17,000 a day or something. I don't know if I've got those numbers right or not, but seems like it was some, whatever the number was. But then the discussion was it's actually about half of that because people are just going home or something like that. I left the meeting and thought about it, and I'm confused. A trip is a trip, whether you're coming to your home or you're leaving your home or going to the store or leaving the store. A trip is a trip. So maybe if somebody can clarify that, and maybe I misunderstood how that was calculated. The second thing was regarding schools, and it seemed like at the last meeting it was that, the schools have the capacity to handle that. And after the last meeting, I went home, talked with a relative who works at East Layton Elementary, and she brought up the point that there are multiple portables at the school already, and she teaches there, and they have a situation where one of the specialty classes has to rove around, and sometimes in her class they come in and hold this specialty class, which is a bit disruptive to her. So and then driving down here tonight, I drove by Layton High School and see a bunch of portables sitting out there. So I'm confused. Is there capacity or is there not capacity on the schools? So that's my two questions, traffic and schools.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, my name is Anorexic, and I live on 1850 North Valley View Drive, so just across Gordon from this. I think my biggest concern is actually, and randomly because I don't bike, is biking paths, because right now over on Valley View we get so many bikers, but I do see occasionally bikers on the frontage road down here, but I think adding in the traffic and stoplights and everything, when the bikers can't, and pedestrians that walk up to those lovely trails that we have, we don't have sidewalks on 1850, and we have a lot of both pedestrian and bike traffic. So I'm just wondering if there's a plan for bikes and for what that looks like, because I do think that that's an exciting thing for people to do. At least they all seem to enjoy it. But I'm just concerned because I see so many, and we even had a neighbor a little while ago, have a pedestrian bike accident. I just think that besides this area, how are we connecting all of the sidewalks and bike paths so that with this influx of activity, we can make sure that it's good for the whole and not just for this one little area. I second the concerns about less retail space and more housing. But my other thing is I would love to know if once we have an anchor store, like what that grocer is going to be. I just want to make sure if it's high end and we can announce it, I think it would bring in some excitement. Like if we knew it was, I would prefer Harmon's, but if we knew what that was going to be, I think it would help bring in what kind of retailers and what kind of environment that's going to be. So if you guys know, we would love to know. So anyway, bikes and what's the grocery store? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sharon Wiggins. I live at 1262 North, 2575 East. This development is literally in my backyard, and I've got to say I'm pretty excited about it. I think the standards have been high, and I've appreciated working with community development and them attending the Planning Commission meetings and listening to the suggestions. Especially, I encourage the council to uphold the recommendation of single-family housing on the west end of the development, which is in my backyard. The construction of the highway has been relatively painless, except for the relocation of the snakes in my backyard. I know there's nothing you can do about that, but my house faces 2575 East, and with the building of Gordon and the closing at the top of Cherry Lane, that people now are using 2575 as the through street to get from Cherry Lane to Gordon instead of the frontage road. And I don't blame them, because the frontage road has 3 turns to get to Cherry Lane, whereas my street is just a straight shot. The problem is not only the increased traffic, but also the speed that those cars are going. A shout out to the police department. They've had patrols. They've had one of those electronic things to monitor people's speed. But with just the increased traffic, and I realize that there'll be a traffic light at the frontage road, which will probably help some of the traffic coming off of the freeway, but I don't know that it's going to help on the Cherry Lane side. So just something to consider. I don't know what the answer is. I used to have a really quiet street, and now it's a speedway. So I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is there anyone else who wish to comment?
Hi, my name is Dennis Long, and I'm at 1703 North Hobbs Creek. I just have a quick question. Where do we get access to the presentation tonight, or where do we get access to the latest rendering of the town center? Is that, I didn't find it. I don't know if you guys know where it's at, but I'll be honest with you, it changes, and it has changed over the last couple of years, and it's like I never know what the latest is. Is that available to the public?
Mm-hmm. It is. Actually, I'll have
Is the website?
We'll comment. We'll answer all these questions once we get them all at once.
That was my first question, and my second question is this layout, this rendering, kind of the one we're going to go with? Because again, I've seen a number of different ones, and I definitely prefer a different one than this. I know a gentleman mentioned the Farmington Station. I enjoy Farmington Station. I'm a guy, I don't even like to shop, but I do like to go down there and just walk around. They've done a very good job making it. They're very successful, and they've laid it out very well. I do not see this as a Farmington Station at all. And maybe I'm the only one, because I have not heard it addressed at all, any concerns at either the last meeting or this meeting. So maybe I'm the only one. But for me, and I'm pretty close by, this is not a destination point. To me, I'm going to go to the grocery store and leave. The reason being I say that is if I go to the grocery store and want to go to a retail store, I've only got 2 options. Walk through a parking lot in the wintertime with traffic, and if I got kids, that's not a good option. Or go around the entire perimeter to get over to the other side where my retail store is. And so I don't see it very, conducive or very, very open to just being able to wander around for a couple hours. Like Farmington Station has a center, and it just builds out from there. Our center is a parking lot. Or over in Europe, you have town centers, but the center is pedestrian only. And instead, we've got a parking lot. And in the wintertime, we're going to have piles of snow. We're going to have water. We're going to have, oil on the asphalt and things like that. I don't particularly like this layout, because I like to be able to just wander around and not have to go from here the whole way around to get to the other store. And I don't know if that's a concern for anybody else, but to me, if I go to that retail store, I'm probably just going to go home after that. And I'm not going to spend a couple hours there, as like a town center. I mean, a town center is where I picture you go and you hang out for a couple hours. And that's what people do. And I don't think that's the way we've got it laid out. It looks almost like a strip mall on this side and a strip mall on this side, and with the parking lot in between. So that's my concern. So no comment.
Thank you. Sir?
My name is Paul Larson, 1889 North, 2750 East. As we go through these things, there's a lot of things that happen, like unintended consequences. And just one thing that came to my mind was the height of parking lights. People don't really know until somebody puts them up, and then you've got this illumination intensity in your backyard, and it could be very troubling. So I'm hopeful that as you go through some of those things that will impact the neighbors, so to speak, who already live there, that they have those things taken care of, like maybe the lights should only be so high. So there's other things, but that one just came to my mind. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, if I don't see any other questions, then I'm going to go ahead and have our staff come back up. Or is there? Okay, wait, there's one more.
Hello, I'm Patty Brown, and I live on 2632 Oak Forest Drive, and I also have property on Gordon and lower down Gordon, not up here. But how many housing developments are in this town center? How many? Like, how many?
Are you asking the total number of doors?
Questions
or units?
for the townhouses, single houses.
Okay.
Do we know?
We'll answer that.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, go ahead and get all your questions.
Okay, so that's a concern to me. The traffic's a concern because Gordon's already a crazy busy street. One of my friends with me tonight says you don't want to be on there between 5 and 7 in the morning because he's out walking, and he says it's a nightmare. And I don't know that putting 50 million semaphores down there to control traffic is the answer either. I don't know what the answer is. And I'm kind of with both the gentlemen about Farmington Station. I kind of thought all along that that's kind of what we were going for, a mini Farmington Station, a smaller retail. And someone has said it's a drought area. And so no matter what you put up there, it's going to be visited. I don't think you need to worry about putting more houses. There are plenty of houses that's going to visit the retail area. Also, green, just the green spaces. I like more open, and I feel bad for all the people that live on the west side that have been there and had an obstructed view of the mountains and with 89 in the sound walls and everything else, and now you're putting a 3-story building in some of their backyards. And so I think it's good. I've appreciated the thoughts, and I've learned a lot, tried to listen to what people's concerns are and their comments. But I appreciate the effort. And I know this isn't just some willy-nilly and you have to try to make everybody happy, but I just don't know that we need all the housing. And I think more green, more area, I don't know. And parking's always a nightmare. Anywhere you go, even down by the restaurants down off of Antelope, it's like a joke to try to find a place to park for eating or whatever. So no matter where you go, but I'm just concerned about the people that have lived there for years, have their homes there, and now they're obstructed. And what the gentleman just said about the light too. No matter what, you're going to have little problems with these things. And so appreciate your concern and listening to us. And hopefully, I don't know what the answers are either about traffic and community and making something for everyone. But sometimes I don't think adding lots and lots more housing is the answer. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I don't see anyone else rising. Do you guys want to come up and help answer some of these questions for us, especially, the number of doors and the lights, especially the number of doors, the height of the lights, and a few of the other questions that were asked.
Thank you. Yeah, we've been taking some careful notes. If I missed something, I'm going to ask Zach or Weston to help me remember those things. I will say we had a number of comments and a number of questions. I'm going to try to answer the questions, not necessarily going to respond to the comments unless you have specific questions about those comments. So in terms of questions, first of all, I think this was a question. There's no plans to widen Gordon. This has been constructed with this type of development in mind, so we don't have any plans to widen Gordon. That was something that was brought up a little while ago, but I want to get back to that. I'm going to talk a little bit more about traffic and maybe ask Steve to come up here in just a minute. I'm going to save that kind of for the last. We definitely, again, the idea of trees and urban orchards and things, that's definitely top of mind for us as well. Timeline. I'm saving traffic. We had a couple more traffics in between there, but timeline. We don't have. I can't give you a date, but I can give you a process, and that's probably the best thing that we can do. First of all, this is owned by the Department of Transportation. It was part of their Highway 89 project. This was, as you know, these folks know this better than anybody. This was the staging area for Highway 89 project. The Department of Transportation has expressed a strong desire to have this process go quickly so that they can surplus this property and get that off of their books. This property was always intended to be sold as part of that project. The sale of the property is actually programmed into the construction of that highway to help to defray the cost of that highway construction. So this has always been their plan, was to surplus, to make this property available for sale. And again, we are so grateful that they're willing, as part of that process, to come up with a good, solid plan before that sale takes place, so we know what we can expect when that is sold. I'm going to let, we had some questions about improvements on Gentile. I'll let Steve talk about that. As far as there's some good questions about the 17,000 average daily trips for this development, what's generated there. The question that came up, we had a little bit of comment about there'll be 17,000 cars, and I think that's where the confusion was. When we talk about a trip, each trip in and each trip out count as a separate trip. So when you look at 17,000 trips, then we're really talking about half that as far as the amount of vehicles. And I think that's where the confusion may have come. Is we had a number of people saying 17,000 cars. That's not what we're anticipating. We're anticipating 17,000 trips, which is, again, every in and out counts as two. So you've got two trips for every in and out, right? So that's, I think, the discrepancy there. Schools, we can speak to that, but I will just say that we have contacted the Davis School District. We're actually in constant contact with the Davis School District. It seems like I talk to someone from the school district on a weekly basis, but we do have, there are planners that work for the school district that are directly involved in conversations about development. They will request from us routinely, what are your general plans show? What type of residential units do you plan for certain areas of the city? And they use that documentation to do their own planning for these schools. We did reach out specifically for this particular area on the schools and the impacts. The school district is planning for those types of impacts. Weston can correct me if I'm wrong, but there was the impacts that they anticipated were to. I'm going to speak out of turn, so I'm going to let you speak to that, actually, Weston. So we'll come back to that as he comes up. But those impacts have been looked at and anticipated. That being said, again, the school district does have their own planners. They do their own planning. We definitely want to work closely with them. They didn't have any significant concerns about this because they've known about this type of development occurring in this area for a long, long time. They've interestingly enough, and I don't know if it applies to this circle that we're talking about here, but as a whole, as we've talked to the district planner just recently, the trend that they're seeing is downward enrollment, starting at very young ages up as family dynamics change. So that's something that actually is something on top of their mind, is that they see the younger folks, there's fewer of those younger grades coming up through the system, just as a natural consequence of different family dynamics. So I'll let Weston talk to that issue real quick.
In reaching out to the school district, they were aware of our plan. They provided the numbers back to me of the numbers of expected students that they would see from elementary, junior high, and high school age. None of those numbers concerned them. They did also provide their capacity for each school that would be associated with this property. The only school in question that has an issue with population is Layton High School, and they're actively working on an expansion of Layton High School to accommodate that growth. And once that expansion takes place, that will that will be sufficient for the school for the next at least coming 5 years, which is what they provided, the numbers they provided me.
Will you talk about where they can find the latest plan real quick?
Oh yeah. So the latest plan is we do have a link. There's QR codes on the signs that are out by the property. So if you're driving around the property and you see those blue A-frames, you can scan the QR code. You can contact the planning department. We'd be happy to email you the plan itself. It is on our website as well, the Layton City website. You can go to the calendar of events and look at the city council, and it'll show the agenda there, and you can pull the plan from that as well.
Okay.
Thank you. So as far as this being the latest plan, this is the latest. Is it the last? Well, as we talked about, this is a process. The next step in this process would be to come back with some type of an entitlement process, looking at actual zone districts, a development agreement that would create some type of a framework for actual implementation of this plan. And I realized this never happens in real life, but I started to answer a question and then I got distracted by another thought. My staff will tell you that never happens. I always write and never distracted. But so let me answer the question about timeline. I started to answer it, then I got distracted. The timeline, so our Department of Transportation is anxious for this property again to be transferred to another, to a developer to go forward with, or to be sold to another entity to go forward. So the next steps in terms of the process would be for us to continue to work with the Department of Transportation. What we would plan to do would be to seek next the advice and consultation with those that have experience in these types of developments to see what is realistic, what is not, to continue to work with the Department of Transportation in coming up with what that entitlement process would look like, whether that goes through a request for proposals process where someone comes in and says this is what we think we ought to do, or some other process we need to still work out with the Department of Transportation. However, our plan is that whatever happens there, we would have entitlements in place before that sale of that property occurs, so that we can make sure that whoever purchases the property knows what the intention is for building, and that we have those in place so that before the sale occurs, we have some surety that type of development would occur. The time frame for that, we're going to move as quickly as possible, should this be adopted by the council, to that next stage of working with UDOT to identify some of the the real world application of this particular plan, to determine what we do next as far as selecting a developer of the property and to put those entitlements in place. We would hope to do that very soon. I can't give you an exact date because I'm not the property owner, but we would hope that would move along very, very quickly, and possibly within the next few years we'd have beginning of development. I will say that we've had tremendous interest in this property by a number of folks that are interested in locating there, and we're excited for that to happen. How many housing units Weston put up on the screen? That's a range right now. This is what we'd anticipate. I will say that range is pretty solid because of one big factor, and that's parking. We need to be able to park this site. We've carefully looked at this based on the number of units, so there might be some slight adjustments to that number, but we have to be able to provide parking for the residential units and the commercial square footage, so that number is you see a range there, and we feel pretty confident that's going to be that range of units, although I don't want to say that it couldn't adjust a little bit in either direction depending on as we get an actual developer into the discussion.
Okay, Chad, do you mind reading the range?
Sure, it says 220 to 270 up there on the screen, total housing units.
Okay.
Yep. Height of parking lights, yeah, we're that's a great point. We're definitely worried about that as well. We want to make sure the parking lights are appropriate. We would anticipate having shielded lighting that would make sure that the light goes down and not up and out. Mm-hmm. So we want to make sure we have good security and good safety for people that are parking in these areas, but have those lights have the least amount of impact as possible. And that would be accomplished by having them as low as we can to accomplish that, and also having shielding in place. Okay, I've saved traffic for the end. I'm going to probably tag team this with Steve a little bit. The traffic is, we hear those concerns. The one thing that was brought up was that we have intersections that are planned to fail. There's only one, and I can point where that. Actually, I took my mouse back up. Let me grab that. and I'll let Steve add to this, but the one intersection in that, so first of all, I want to say that the traffic study proposes mitigation measures, and those mitigation measures include things like signalization, the restriping of lanes. With those mitigation measures, all of the intersections function at not just acceptable levels of service, but pretty good levels of service. I'll let him speak to that exactly. But the one intersection that has a little bit of an issue is right there. And that movement that has the issue is folks that want to come out of the center and make a left-hand turn onto this frontage road. Now, that would be at PM peak. That's just that one movement. We would anticipate that if someone has a hard time because they're so close to that signal and the traffic that's coming from there and from this other direction are backing up, that they would, as we all do, reroute to one of these other intersections that would allow them to get access out to the street and to the signal and continue through there. So all the other signals or all the other intersections function at acceptable levels of service in the PM peak with all this development in place. Anything else you want to say about that, Steve? The other traffic questions, I think, were maybe just related to, I've got Gentile improvements written down, Steve. Maybe you want to talk about that?
Yeah, so the question about the Gentile improvements, there's a lot of roads in the city. Obviously, that one we're aware of is one that's been there for a long time. Along with the road, they've had a lot of utilities in that road for a long time. So there is actually plans. We're working through those engineering, scheduling, but we do have a water line project and a sewer project that need to go into that road before we can go in and redo that whole road. We're hoping that we will be able to apply for some money, possibly through the Davis County COG third quarter cent transportation funding to help improve that road. It is adjacent to the golf course that the county owns, so hopefully they'll be interested in participating with us. Our Parks Department has some plans for some great trails in that area as well. So those are all things that are in the works. They're not. I can't give you a timeline directly on those, but we are working towards those things to kind of program those into the system as we go, as well as we watch the traffic counts and make sure that we're programming those in at appropriate times when the traffic is warranted as well. So hopefully that answers that question.
Okay,
Mayor,
do you
have a
mind?
question?
Do you mind go ahead and speaking to the Valley View and the intent, the plans there?
Yeah, so we do have some plans on Valley View Drive. That one's an additional roadway that we know needs some attention. We do have some plans to be able to take care of a water line. We have 2 water lines in the road. We need to move connections from the old water line onto the newer water line before we can repave that. But then we do have plans to try and widen the pavement section of that road. It won't include full improvements, but it is a plan to widen that out and make a safer shoulder area for people to use as they want to go up and down that road without impacting the homes and having to possibly move people out of their houses. So that is not the intent of that project, but to get new pavement and take care of the water line is part of our plans.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Steve, I didn't mean to scare you, but
He needs to
hurts,
stand.
so I got to stand.
So I did want to address one more thing. I don't know if it's a question as much as a comment, but I did want to just talk a little bit about that pedestrian circulation question. That's a great question. I think we want to have a vibrant center as well. We are not exactly the same scale and size as Farmington Station has been talked about, but we do want to go through maybe some of those renderings again to show what we do have planned for this area. So these are areas of outdoor seating, outdoor activity that we would anticipate would be developed as part of this town center plan. As you build these town centers, you want to create almost like an outdoor living space. So this would be an area that we'd hope that folks would want to come in, spend some time, hang out. There's your ice cream and coffee shop on the top there. We'd hope that those types of uses come in there and provide an opportunity for people to spend some time there. Here's another spot. We hope that this is an amenity that becomes a great spot where folks come and spend time in the town center. Again, these are some other views of that pedestrian connectivity through the site. We've tried to anticipate some good separated, not just separated, but also grade separated with some trees and things along these pedestrian paths. This is all internal to the development, so that would be within that kind of living space that we're creating with that enclosure there. Let's see, I'm going to go back to one of these other pictures. Now you can see there is parking. That's one of those things that, as we've spoken with our consultant, with commercial developers, of course, and of course those that have spent time in some of these other desirable developments that we've talked about, there's massive fields of parking that are supporting those uses. We've chosen to design this in this particular way because of some of those size constraints, but we also anticipate that there'd be some great pedestrian connections through those areas, so you don't have to go all the way around the perimeter. These would be grade separated, also design separated, so it's very clear that this is a pedestrian path to kind of navigate through some of those areas. We've got those going east and west. We've got some of those going north and south through the development. We've also created, and this was interesting, this pedestrian underpass. This was something that in one of our early planning meetings with the personnel from the Utah Department of Transportation, they said, hey, you really ought to try to maybe get a pedestrian underpass there. That would be a really great connection to occur. And we said, yeah, if you're game, we're game. So we have identified that as a future connection there that could be built. There's some issues with grade and things that we need to work with to accomplish that, but we are confident that we could do that. I failed to mention, as part of this process, we have a unique opportunity with the Utah Department of Transportation to create what's called a Transportation Reinvestment Zone. It's called the TRZ, and that further commits the Department of Transportation to be a partner in this particular process. It gives some funding availability to even implement some of these things like this pedestrian underpass over time. And it's another way that we're going to work with the Utah Department of Transportation to create, again, the ability to create a really good, vibrant center. Let's see. You want to jump in before I jump out?
We need to talk difference between commercial and housing.
Oh, you want to grab that? That's good.
Yeah. If I could, just talking with Chad, maybe to address some of the concerns versus related to the retail versus the housing traffic counts. As we do trip generation, we have lots of studies, we have lots of manuals that they go out and they count things. By far and away, the highest trip generating categories are the retail and the commercial sites. And so to speak a little bit to the number of housing versus the number of commercial, and that there is a balance that needs to be struck. If you put all of the housing that's in this site into commercial, I believe that the traffic numbers would go substantially higher because of the type of just trip destination generators that those retail sites create. And so I think it's important to note that the traffic impact study looks at that. They take into account each use and the number of trips that are anticipated from each. And so adding, a ton of houses instead of, what people think is that it's going to just blow up the numbers, but it really is a balance that is struck between the housing and the commercial retail type uses. So anything else?
Right.
Yeah, Chad?
Not related to that. Maybe just we could talk about the raw numbers and how they compare to some of those other intersections we talked about today.
Oh yeah. So Chad just mentioned kind of the raw numbers is 17,000 trips per day. If you look at Gordon Avenue and the numbers that we see on Gordon Avenue right now, roughly 10,000 cars a day in this area. To the west, similar intersections, Fairfield and Gordon Avenue, Fairfield and Gentile Street, those numbers are actually double what is up here right now. And so those are functioning very well. It's the level of service that we talk about. I know we talk about level of service A through F, and we require a minimum level of D, which is an industry standard in transportation engineering. So as far as comparative areas, we feel very confident that the Gordon Avenue has been designed to meet the standards and the expectations of what the traffic will be in this area, as well as be able to handle the growth and the expected growth that is throughout this area as well.
Thank you.
I'm just going to make one more editorial comment based on that traffic discussion we just had. And that is, and maybe Steve agrees with me or not, that I wish I could go back in time and talk to whoever gave the level of service standards a letter system and say, what you're creating is a misconception here. And we all went to school, and when we got an F, we said, oh man, that's the worst, right? When we talk about a level of service F, we're talking about delay that's created. There's a certain time period that they look at, an amount of delay it doesn't necessarily mean a failure. It means that there's more delay than we'd like to see in those areas. So again, that one movement is what we're talking about. It's one movement, just the left turn. Everything else functions at acceptable levels of service. We kind of expected that one might have a little bit of a problem because it is kind of close to that intersection. But again, we're talking about delay. So when you get down to a level of service C or D, those are functioning at acceptable levels of service. Those are what we look at and try to, we obviously want the least amount of delay, but those are still acceptable delays as far as those traffic studies are concerned. Anything you want to add to that?
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I think we were able to answer pretty much all the questions that were brought up tonight. I personally want to thank the residents for your input here and your patience with this whole process. This council doesn't take anything lightly, and certainly I don't either. And we are here to go through the process as stated earlier. And there's been a lot of great comments tonight, and it warms my heart to kind of see the history here, as well as the newcomers and everybody coming together and kind of really trying to form what is the future of Layton. And as stated earlier, this area is a gateway. It will be the gateway for Layton on the east side. It's going to be our showpiece for what the north and south folks are going to view us by. And I can tell you that we're going to make sure it's right. We're very fortunate that we just have the one owner right now to be able to work with this and to design it and to be able to put some guidelines in place so that we end up with a good product. I'm going to address the issue of speed. I'll tell you right now, that is my biggest problem. Ever since I've taken office, that's the one thing that always comes up. And we have tried a lot of different things. And the best thing is, all of us kind of maybe just kind of think about that as you're driving around and just mention it to your neighbors and just, word of mouth is going to be our best solution there. And if there's a golden buzzer on it, I'd be willing to hit it and see what we can do, because it concerns me as well. And I just want you to know that we don't take any of this lightly. Before I bring this back to the council, I do want to say that, I'm excited that we have a solid plan, and I appreciate our staff as well as, like I said, the citizens here on the input. But this has been a long process, and it's still going to be a long process. Council, I'll bring this back to you to take action. I'll need a motion to close the public hearing and be able to make a recommendation here on how you want to proceed. Again, this is just amending and updating the general plan only tonight. And so it still gives us opportunity to work through some of the development plans and all the various steps we still need to go through. So thank you.
Actually, one more question, Chad, sorry, after you went back, but one thing that I don't think was addressed, sorry if it was, but the apartment parking, would that be covered under already our off-street parking, or in this part of these parking spaces?
Which aspect of the number, or
where the apartment dwellers park?
Yeah, the anticipation is that there would be some shared parking between the apartments and some of that commercial use. That we talk about the traffic. Steve talked about the different traffic generation. There's also a different peak time for parking at different sites. So we would anticipate that at nighttime, when the demand for commercial parking is lower, that you'd have these spaces really right in here that would be used for apartment or multifamily parking. These are mixed-use buildings. Those would have different peak hour parking demand than what a commercial use would have. And then we also, one of the things that was brought up in when Mrs. Smith got up and spoke was, covered parking for these. We require that by code. We would want to have at least one covered parking space per unit. So we'd have, some of those would probably have a carport or some type of parking cover over them. And that could occur here, it could occur on this side, it could occur, in a number of different locations. But we found that commercial use, again, and residential use in mixed-use settings can be very compatible with each other, with parking demand, and be able to overlap in those areas.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, may I ask one more question?
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. So Chad, I asked this question in the work meeting, and glad you're back to the podium because I wanted to ask, could you identify for the public what zone is currently north of those townhomes in this space that's not inside of the red dashed space? There was a comment mentioning that, and I just want you to identify what that current zone is.
The current zone is RS. The general plan for that area is community residential. Did I get that right? Which would allow for some higher densities than what RS would allow it. That's a 6,000 square foot minimum lot size zone is what that would allow for.
And what that allows for, can you identify inside of the red dash line what that currently is?
So under the current general plan designation would allow those types of single family detached, single family 6,000 square foot lot type of uses there.
So I just wanted that clarification because with those townhomes within the north end of that dashed line, the space that's currently there versus the space that is in the general plan is actually presently zoned for the same single family detached that's here along the west side. And so I know that there was some comment about potential townhome, which we're not here to talk about that, but just to mitigate thoughts about what that is. It is single family in the same size as what's here on the west side currently.
And any change to that zoning would have to go through the council, regardless of whether it complies with the general plan or not.
Great. Thank you.
Alrighty, council, I'll bring it back to you.
I'd like to end the public hearing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I'd like to move to adopt the amending and updating of the general plan under ordinance 24-06.
Okay.
Second.
Did I get it right?
Yeah, you did. I need a second.
Second.
I don't get a C or D. I get an A or B.
Do I roll call this? Roll call? Yeah. Okay. Okay, council, before we take a roll call, if you'd like to make your last comments, you're welcome to, and then I'll do a roll call vote on this.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I just want to say thanks to Chad and his team and Steve. There's a lot of work's gone into this over the years. I remember participating in the general plan well before I was on the planning commission or city council. And actually one of the first calls that I got from a resident when I filed to run for city council was from someone in the room that asked about the Gordon Avenue Town Center and my opinion on that. And I learned a lot over the years, and I appreciate the work that the staff has done to mitigate some of the concerns and really make this a great plan and a good piece for Layton to welcome others into our city and for the residents that live here in the city. So thank you.
Okay. Anyone else wish to comment?
It's okay. May I?
Yeah,
Thanks,
that's
Madam Mayor.
that's why I called for it.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate everyone being here this evening. Grateful for Ms. Smith and she had sent us some information earlier. Ms. Black also with her comments, and I think that probably represents everybody here. It was mentioned, someone mentioned it, the West Layton Village issue that happened. I was back in 2011, 2012 when something similar was proposed for out by the Ellison Park and the fire station, and that process was different than this process, and I think we as a city maybe learn from that process, and that started. We've got to relook at the general plan, and we've got to update that, and how do you best do that? And that's when I got involved. We're talking maybe 2014, so 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
The mayor was there as well at the time. We were over here at the high school on a lifetime table, which I was happy that was a lifetime table. But we were writing maps, and we had maps of the city, and what would you like to see here, and what would you like to see there, and there was
this involvement of the community, and anecdotally, there's a farm right next to us, where our house is, and where cows are your best neighbors, and nice, beautiful sunsets, and that turned into housing there. So now we don't have that any longer for the Morrises, but. I digress.
Stevens Park.
Yes,
either.
yeah, it didn't happen. And the cows are gone. But I jumped into the process. I was appointed a planning commissioner because I was passionate about this. We've got to do this right. We've got to have community involvement. There has to be a great balance between commercial and residential. We've got to keep our property taxes low. We need a good commercial tax base, and this process has helped with that. And I was on the planning commission when we recommended to the city council to update the last update in 2019, and I was proud of the work that was done then with the staff, with the planning commission. I'm proud of the work that's been done since. We've gone from the space view down to 30,000 feet. Now we're at ground level with the neighbors, with those around it, this area. And again, it was a much different process here than before. We've had much more input. You've had much more input. You've made changes. It's been positive. The staff has been receptive. I believe this council has been receptive and has listened. This isn't one. We have a couple more of these in the city that we have to work on in the next few years. And this is kind of the guinea pig, but I think it's been a great process for everybody involved. And again, there'll be more refining as we go. This is the concept plan, which I'm in favor of, and looking forward to working with you and working with the staff as we move forward in this process. But again, appreciative of the staff, Chad, Weston, Steve Jackson, and the support of the Planning Commission and this council and you for being involved at the Planning Commission level here with us. Just appreciate all of the hard work involved in this. Thanks.
Okay. Anyone else? If not, I'll do a roll call.
Sorry.
Go ahead. No, you're fine.
I do live out west, and when they were doing what they called the Churro or something, they had a funny name for it.
What?
Anyway, Charette. That was close. And it was tough to go through. Everybody had a different opinion, myself included. And I came to your meeting, the second one, and I sat here because I wasn't on the planning commission. So I sat out with you and not only heard what was said, but what was talked about. And first of all, I want to commend you for being civil people. I've attended a couple others that wasn't the case. But you had great insight. And I wrote down everything and everybody, and I wanted to make sure that insight was somebody looked at it. But what it's done, I want you to know there's not people up here that are just elected and have no experience on what they're doing. They think things through. I'm the old dog here, not by time on the county or whatever you want to call it, on the commission or council, but I see things a little differently, and I find that they see things even more mature than I do, which is, I didn't think that was possible. But anyway, I just want to let you know that you've done well. I hope that we do well in making this something that when it's done, that it answers a lot of questions and makes a great area, because it's going to happen down by me again. And I'm going to go through this with the same people saying the same things with different faces. And whether I'm here or not, I don't know. But I know I'm going to go through it. But I just wanted to say thank you for what you've done. I know that we'll do the best that we can to make it the best that we can make it up there. I will give you that much, and you can hold my butt to the fire for that one. So I appreciate that.
Okay. No more comments. I'll go ahead and do a roll call vote then. Councilman Thomas.
Then what do you think? Aye.
Okay. Councilmember Smith Edmondson.
So I am going to vote aye also. I just wanted to add my comment at this time that I also asked in the work meeting about more green space being offered in that area. And knowing that with the development agreements coming in the future, that there is opportunity for small changes here and there. And so liking the little water features, liking the areas to sit and having patio and things of that nature, but having some kind of small green space in the middle of that or around those areas are things that I think are of concern. So I just wanted to remind the residents that, as the mayor mentioned, we're voting on this amendment to the plan, but there's still time for us to look at the development agreement and some of the things that have been mentioned. There may be some opportunity there. Don't want to get hopes up for it to be completely changed, because that won't happen, but they're still open to listening in ways that can help us as residents enjoy the things that we have up here. So I'm voting yes on this.
Okay. Councilmember Morse?
Aye.
Councilmember Bloxham?
No.
Okay. Councilmember Roberts?
Yes.
Okay, the vote is 5-1, 4-1. So I'm sorry, I don't vote. Okay, again, you know, that's actually our last item of business here on our agenda tonight. We do appreciate everyone staying and supporting us here, and I just personally want to say thank you for allowing us to be your elected officials and do what's right for the city. We're doing our best here, and we do want to act collectively on what's going to better our community, not only, as was mentioned earlier, to keep it safe, but also to beautify it. And one last comment on this, and as much as we know that there's going to be a lot of commercial use here, a lot of opportunity for retail, I'm going to put a plug in for our ramp tax. You know, it's those folks that are coming off that freeway, that 60% that don't live in our community, that are adding to that base of our ramp tax that allows us to take those funds and use them else and develop either our recreation, arts, museum, and parks. So there's a very big plus here on having that additional retail space up on that side. So with that, I hope everyone has a good evening and an enjoyable weekend. Thank you. I'll call for a motion to adjourn.
I got her. I move we adjourn.
Okay. Thank you, everyone.